Hello, everybody, and welcome back to T2T Network. And this is your host, Joe Knows, hosting, I think, for the third year in a row, I believe, day two of the NFL draft. And I'm happy to be here. Thank you for the hosts that handled day one last night. They did an awesome job. And we're about to start here, day two. This is just a hot start, starting right at 7 p.m. And it's hot, 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 hot. And while we have some time, I'm just looking up at the big screen. First of all, I want to apologize for the production value. My recent episodes that I've done, regardless of the show, for the most part, I've been in the basement. That's where I do have more of a setup down there. However, I just tested out my TV in the basement, which haven't used in a while, and things weren't working. So I'm up here in the living room, and if there's like some sort of echo, I apologize. I'm in the corner of my living room between two windows, so there may be an echo. So I do apologize for the poor production value. But we're here for the fun. We're here for the NFL draft. That's what we're here for. It's about to start day two, and this is like pay dirt day. Round one is kind of easy. It's where you get your superstars, but day two is really where you really start filling those holes where guys can really get those guys who should have been could have been taken in the first round easily, who fall at least to the middle of the second round, and then you've got those players in the third round that just usually means so much. And I think it's really after round three where it kind of becomes a crapshoot, to be honest with you. But pretty man, what an exciting night last night. A lot of things kind of broke the way I don't know. The early part of the draft kind of broke the way I think a lot of us thought it would break. But man, I'll tell you, I'm not going to say I had a crystal ball and that I was predicting this throughout the last 4 months. But I know, like pretty early on in this draft evaluation process, and hats off to the T2T draft team. That's Coach Sheps, Ephraim, otherwise known as Mr. Irrelevant, myself. We were later joined by Wicked and Dynasty Dog Mike, AJ Cola, Charlie Prio. Hats off to you guys for all the draft profiles and draft analysis and all the mock drafts that we did here at T2T, especially in our community, in our Gilded Chat community. If you're not aware, here at T2T, we have a chat in Gilded where we talk all the time: fantasy football, NFL football, anything to do with football. We're talking about it. So feel free to reach out to us to join us in our Gilded Chat. We'd love to have you in. We got something like 250 members now, something like that. So, but hats off to the team here at T2T that's been working for months, going back to at least September. A few of us on draft profiles, and I'll tell you, man, I think our big board. I don't have it up in front of me, but our big board was pretty damn solid. And but I'm pretty proud of myself on a few things. I did say early on in this process when I was looking at how offense heavy this draft class really was, that I'm not going to say I stuck to my guns on this the whole time, but I know I felt pretty strongly about it a few months ago, at least that I'm not shocked that six quarterbacks went in the first round. I'm not. I'm shocked that they went as early as they did. I'm talking specifically about Bo Nix. Really only about Bo Nix. I'm not surprised that JJ McCarthy went as early as he did, and great landing spot for him. Going to Minnesota with those wide receivers, that's awesome. And Penix, who honestly was my QB4 behind Jaden Daniels. Drake May is my clear cut QB2. Jaden Daniels. Drake May is my QB2. Jaden Daniels was my QB3. But Penix is actually my QB4. I love his arm, and I'm totally cool with Atlanta doing what they did. Um, I give general managers all the leeway in the world when it comes to dealing with the quarterback position because it's so important. So I feel bad for Kirk Cousins, but listen, man, I don't know what happened there. I don't know what the details were there with the whole Atlanta situation. It was interesting, but I'm actually a defender of the pick simply because it's a quarterback, and Kirk Cousins is like 37 years old. So I don't know. Reach out to the New York Giants, Atlanta. Maybe we can do a switch with contracts there, where we take Kirk Cousins. I'm a Giants fan. We take Kirk Cousins 2 years guaranteed, and you can take Daniel Jones's 1 year left guaranteed. Maybe we could work something out like that. But anyway, I'm cool with what Atlanta did. I did say early on that, and I felt this actually pretty much throughout the past few months, that I didn't see a defensive player, and there were good defensive players. I didn't see one going before pick 10, maybe even pick 12. And hell, I even got that a little wrong, where I think it was the first defensive player went pick 15. And it's not surprising considering that the six biggest quarterbacks, the three guys in tier one, the three guys in tier two, they all want what, like in the top like 13 or 14 picks. Then you had a slew of wide receivers, not surprising whatsoever. You had what an awesome offensive tackle class this is. So considering all those factors, I'm not surprised that guys like Latu and Jared Verse and your slew of cornerbacks lasted as long as they did. Um, so I mean, there's so much talent left on the board in these rounds. One pick that I was kind of disappointed in, that I thought Buffalo should have stayed where they at the end of the first round. I thought they should take Ricky Pearsall. I also didn't think that he'd go to San Francisco, late in the first round either. I thought, I thought Buffalo could snag him in the beginning of the second round. I had him as the best wide receiver left on the board ahead of anyone else. I actually probably had him a little ahead of Xavier Worthy, who I think went to the Chiefs. But totally cool. 49ers got, man, they got a vacuum. Pearsall catches everything. That dude is an acrobat. He's fun to watch. He is fun to watch. And Ephraim, Mr. Irrelevant, was really talking about him probably the earliest that I remember out of all of us, out of our draft group. So looks like we're going to be getting started here. So yeah, so let me do a little research over here. I know the numbers are out there myself, but I really didn't have time because I was working. All right, Goodell's up there. I was working and I showered afterwards and picked up some tasty alcoholic beverages to get me through the next few hours. I didn't really have time to do too much research. But man, I want to count the players that went so far by position group. And I know you had six quarterbacks that went by pick 12. Bo Nix went number 12 to Denver. That's right. I think he had something like six wide receivers and probably like six offensive linemen that went in the first round. Let me count the offensive linemen. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine. You had at least nine offensive linemen. That includes tackles, guards, and centers. Wow. And you had what? How many wide receivers? One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. You had at least eight wide receivers, unless I'm miscounting. So nine offensive linemen, eight wide receivers, and six quarterbacks. Holy cow! So is Spencer Rattler going to go in the second round? Because listen, man, I'm not a huge Rattler fan myself. I mean, I'm not the biggest believer in the dude at all. If a quarterback needy team like my Giants wanted to take him, I hope it wouldn't be before the third round. And if someone else takes him, then so be it. Like maybe the Raiders, then so be it. I'm not sold on Rattler. If if my Giants went Rattler second round, I'll live with it. I'm just not high on the guy, really, to be honest with you. There's just so much damn good talent out there in the second round that I don't know. What are you going to do? I kind of actually would rather wait till like the fifth round and take Joe Milton. I'd rather have and he'll probably pan out to be absolutely nothing, but fifth round pick if he's there, that arm talent, maybe a year under Dable, sitting the pine, maybe turns into something special. Maybe turns him into an even bigger version of Josh Allen. All right, so we've got okay, so Goodell's still up there. Bills are on the clock. They've got the first pick with the trade back with Carolina. Yesterday, I believe. Anyway, so their first Buffalo Bills are on the clock. Around 6.5 minutes to go. I assume they already know who they're taking already. But man, the talent left on the board is pretty astounding. Let's see what we got over there. Yeah, I know you have Jerjon Newton is out there just off the top of my head. Kool-Aid McKinstry, Cooper DeJean. Cooper DeJean, I think, is going to be like Brian Branch of last year. Like that guy's going to go pick one, two, or three in the second round. I've got it. I have to assume Cooper DeJean is a really good cornerback, and he's not in my opinion, he's not. I guess the one knock about against him is that he's not as much of a pure cover corner as some of the guys who went ahead of him, aka Terry and Arnold. Uh, but the dude's still a good cover corner. He plays the one great, and you can. He may even be a better safety. Like he's got the size to play safety. He's not coming off the field. He's a three down player in the early second round, probably day one that's going to be under defense. So I'm super high on him. I see Mel Kiper's got TJ Tampa up there as seventh best available player. I love TJ Tampa. Love the dude's super athletic. He's long. I love him. Adissa Isaac is out there. I'm not that huge in Adissa Isaac. To me, he's actually more of a third round grade. To be honest with you, I'm not all that huge on him. I actually wasn't that big on Chop Robinson either. Uh, not that Chop Robinson wasn't a first round pick, but I thought more like very end of the first round. George Reed, who's a big Miami fan, big Miami Dolphins fan, my friend George Reed, one of my colleagues here at Toilets to Titles, he agreed. He felt the same way that it was a bit of a reach, and I agree. But you know what? The dude does have talent. Robinson does have talent. So yeah, this is what I'm gonna do. Let me create a and everyone. Hey, we got 30 viewers in here. Thank you so much for joining us. That's great. Thank you so much. Really, really, really appreciate it. Now I'm keeping the volume down here. So let me get a banner going so I can put up here who's picked who. It can be all Mr. Fancy Pants over here. All right, pick 42. We'll do 30. I'm sorry, 30. Pick 33. Bills. We'll scroll across the bottom over here like this. And I'll wait to get a little ticker going over here. Yeah, okay. Mel's best running backs, his best wide receivers: Keon Coleman, AD Mitchell. Be careful with AD Mitchell. Lad McConkey is a super talent. Thing is, he's always injured. Malachi Corley is another super slot receiver. Tight ends: Ben Sinnott, Kansas City, Jatavion Sanders. I'm not crazy about either of them in the second round. There's too much other talent out there. Theo Johnson, Penn State tight end. Cade Stover. I like the out of Ohio State. I like those guys a lot. However, I'm not crazy about Ben Sinnott or Jatavion Sanders in the second round. If you're a loaded team and it's kind of like a luxury pick, I'm totally cool with that. But other than that, I'd say for most teams, I'm not really crazy about those guys in the second round. I like the tight ends, the rest of the tight ends out there, not named Brock Bowers, but not in the second round, unless you're a stacked team and it's kind of like a luxury pick. But man, the draft yesterday, congratulations to the Chicago Bears, getting their quarterback, obviously, probably a generational talent. And then they got him a wide receiver, Dunza. That's like getting Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase in the same year, the same draft class. I mean, the Bengals did it back-to-back draft classes, if I recall correctly. They got Joe Burrow, and then they got his LSU teammate in Jamar Chase, which is really cool. They went to a Super Bowl together as well. They won a national college championship game. And then a few years later, they're in a Super Bowl. They didn't win it, but they went to the Super Bowl. And now you've got, man, they got a legit wide receiver one. Honestly, I think I would have taken a Dunza over Neighbors as a Giants fan. And I'm not complaining about Neighbors. I'm glad if they had conviction with the Giants, if they had conviction on those tier two quarterbacks, any of them, Penix, you name it, whoever, I'm cool with it. As long as it wasn't a stress move, as long as it wasn't a panic move. I know we need a quarterback. I get that. But if they didn't feel that way about those quarterbacks, then I'm totally cool with it. I'm assuming that's what it was. It wasn't so much Neighbors. It was that Dunza. It was that they weren't sold on those tier two quarterbacks. And I think that this is a really good tier two quarterback selection in this class, to be honest with you. I think Penix and McCarthy both have, traits that you should be really happy with. And Bo Nix too. I'm not going to crap on Bo Nix. I didn't want him for the Giants, but Denver, another quarterback needy team, pick 12. You don't give up anything to get him. I don't think they moved up. If they did, they didn't move up much. I don't blame them. I think it's totally cool. I'm cool with all of those picks. I'll be honest with you. But this pre-made margarita, I got to tell you, it's pretty darn good. Cooper Beebe, offensive lineman. Cooper Beebe, Roger Rosengarten out of Washington. But I love Beebe. Jackson Powers Johnson still out there. Great center out of Oregon. That's right. Originally, I thought Dallas was going to get him, but I thought Dallas made a good move in getting Tyler Guyton. I love Tyler Guyton. He may need like a year of seasoning, but I think he's got a higher ceiling than some of the other guys that went in the first round yesterday. Chris Jenkins is out there, defensive tackle. Um, okay, all right, here we go. The pick is in and it's being announced. I'm not going to put the volume up, so man, apparently there were 275,000 people at the draft yesterday. I mean, I had to double check that number, but that's what I heard on WFAN earlier. 275,000 or 250,000. That's insane, if true, allegedly. Keon Coleman. I had him pegged going to in a lot of my mock drafts. I had them getting Keon Coleman. Keon Coleman, man, I'd say early on in this draft process, maybe like wide receiver 3 or wide receiver 4, and then just as time went on, kept dropping. But I always loved Keon Coleman. Big dude, good hands, X receiver. This guy's been playing on the outside, big body, athletic. Um, probably needs a little more time to season, but I love Keon Coleman. I think it's a great pick for Buffalo. Um, Here at the very top of the second round. Cool pick, cool pick. All right, let me put this in the ticker over here. Let's edit Keon Coleman. All right, nice pick, Buffalo. Nice pick. And if I'm Buffalo, I am. You know what? Don't. I'll tell you what. Buffalo, don't be afraid to double or even triple down at wide receiver. Or listen, double down at wide receiver. Don't be afraid of that. Don't be afraid of that, Buffalo. I gave you permission, Buffalo Bills. Um, don't be afraid to double down at wide receiver. I think you need it. I think Josh Allen deserves it. Stephon Diggs for the past years was pretty much your only consistent receiver. All right, New England Patriots trade the pick to the Los Angeles Chargers. All right, they took an offensive lineman. Uh, it's not going to be 80. Would it be 80 Mitchell? I'd stay away from that guy this early in the second round, just given the thing with A.D. Mitchell, in case anyone doesn't know, apparently is that he has diabetes, which is not the problem. The thing is that he doesn't take care of his diabetes. So apparently he has these really wild mood swings where his blood sugar is under control. He's like the ultimate teammate, the sweetheart of a guy, just, an angel. When his blood sugar is not under control, it's a completely different person. Um, and why you would not be taking care of your blood sugar is beyond me. If they're going 80 Mitchell, I'm not saying they did. I don't know what the pick is yet. We'll see. But I'm assuming they want to get some wide receivers for Herbert. Maybe it could be another offensive lineman, or it could be defense. Wide. All right, Mel Kiper is saying top team needs wide receiver, defensive tackle. Could it be Jerjon Newton? I can't think of any other. Oh, Lad McConkey. They're showing Lad McConkey. I wonder if he was. He's a really good wide receiver. His problem is that in college, he's been injured a lot. It looks like it was Lad McConkey. It looks like it was McConkey. Um, I'd be worried about that if I'm the Chargers because right now it seems like he's your wide receiver 1. I know they took the wide receiver last year who didn't pan out too well. Doesn't I forgot his name. I'm brain farting on his name right now. But they picked him up. They took him at like pick 20 last year. I don't know if they took McConkey. I thought they did. Um, um, but the wide receiver from last year, he could still pan out to be something really good. Um, that's something I appreciate about Harbaugh is that he believes in physicality. He took Joe Alt for a reason when he could have taken Neighbors or could have taken Adunza. And hey, man, he believes in physical football. That's my favorite type of football. And not that he doesn't believe in really good athletes too, but he wants them to be physical first and foremost. I love that. That's my brand of football that I love the most. So we'll see what he does. Jerjon Newton is out there out of Illinois, who may be the best interior defensive lineman in the class, depending upon what you're looking for. Depending upon what you're looking for. See, I've got 2 comments. I'm going to check it out in a second. I think Newton would actually be a better selection than any of the wide receivers right now, to be honest with you. But they do need wide receiver. All right, they got Lad McConkey, totally cool. You just got to hope he stays healthy. When this guy's on the field, he is he's fun to watch. He's really really good. This guy, he's another guy who catches everything. He's probably, believe it or not, Lad McConkey's probably the most accomplished route runner in this draft class right now, coming into the NFL right now. Believe it or not, even given the names of Marvin Harrison Jr., Neighbors, Odunza, those are better wide receiver prospects. Don't get me wrong. This guy is like an NFL ready route runner. He's a technician, really good hands, slippery guy. You're going to love him. The thing is, you know, got to keep him on the field. He missed a lot of games over at Georgia. He's fun, man. He's fun. I'll tell you, he would have been a good fit on the old Patriots offense when they had Belichick and Brady. He would have been a good fit on that team. All right, let me update this ticker over here, guys. Then I'll check out the comments. 34 Chargers wide receiver Lad McConkey. Well, I'll tell you, my my Giants need some secondary help. Hopefully, there are some cornerbacks left for them. I love Mike Sanistro. I love Mike Sanistro. Well, I expect Cooper DeJean to be gone by then, and I won't make this a Giants podcast. I promise. I promise. But I am thinking ahead as a Giants fan. If Cooper DeJean is gone by the time the Giants pick, I think at pick 47, which I'd be shocked if he wasn't. Um, then I would love Sanistro, who's a small guy. He's like 5'9". Uh, but the dude can cover like nobody's business. And he's not going to cover on the outside. He's a slot corner. I don't have a problem with that because I think most teams don't really have great slot corners that are hard to find. And he's a really good shutdown slot corner. And he's really good at playing the run too. Um, he's a very good tackler and he's a leader. You know, Sanistrill was a captain on that defense last year for Michigan, I believe. He's a leader. I love the dude. I love him. Anyway, let me get to the comments over here. All right. Yeah, Derpy, Derpy, good to see you, Derpy. That's the pick. Yeah, we have a trade, man. Derpy was saying we have a trade, and you were right. I'm sorry, Derpy. I wasn't checking out the comments. Got my eyes glued to the screen. But Derpy, you were right, and Lad McConkey was the pick. All right, all right. Let's go back over here. Okay, so the Falcons are on the board. Falcons are in really good shape. Forget about the quarterback, question. They still have, whether you agree with the Penix pick or not, they still have Cousins, who's an accomplished quarterback. They've got the very high level talent that they've drafted on the offensive side of the ball. I think all top 10 picks, if I recall, at least top 12 picks the past 3 years. Bijan Robinson, Drake London, Kyle Pitts. They needed a quarterback. They got Cousins. They got Penix. On the defensive side of the ball, they're probably going to go defense. They'll probably go defense. I think they could use a pass rusher. And yeah, Mel Kiper saying edge, cornerback, wide receiver. I can't see them going wide receiver. Probably edge or cornerback. Cooper DeJean's out there. Um, it could be Jerjon Newton. It could be. It could be. I wouldn't do Adissa Isaac. I think this is too early for him, to be honest with you. We'll see. There's an edge that I love, and I'll tell you, I wasn't surprised to see that. What's his name? Demarius Robinson, I think, edge out of Missouri. He went back into the first round. I forgot who took him, but good pick because that dude's gonna be a monster. There is a really, really good edge that Mr. Irrelevant got me onto, and that is Marshawn Nealand out of Western Michigan. I think that dude he's big. He's like 6'3", I think like 280 pounds. I think he's more of like a 4-3 defensive end, but I think he's gonna be another monster. Falcons Falcons should go. They should be going defense. I'd be disappointed in them if they went wide receiver. There's no reason to go wide receiver at this point. or maybe they can use a slot. Malachi Corley, Malachi Corley. But I'd go defense. You got some good defensive players here, man. If they need secondary help, get yourself Cooper DeJean. Get yourself Cooper DeJean. Let's see what they do. Detroit is looking fine tonight, huh? Yeah, so I heard 250,000 people showed up for day one of the draft last night. I'm assuming that's the biggest number ever. But what a great draft class. I mean, listen, I love defensive players, but most other people, they're into the sexy offensive players, and I get it. And this draft class is loaded with offensive sexiness. Quarterback, wide receiver. If you like your elephants, offensive line, there were plenty of those, but quarterbacks and wide receivers, you don't get much sexier than that. And a generational quarterback in Caleb Williams. Probably had a lot of Chicago fans who didn't have to travel too far to Detroit to see those picks of theirs. Okay, the Falcons, the pick is in. Oh, my boy. Let me try to defensive tackle out of Clemson. Damn. I was saying this guy should go in the second round. Let me remember how to pronounce his name. Interior defensive lineman out of Clemson, Ruke Orororo. I believe that's it. And this guy is a super, super athletic interior defensive lineman who, if you've got a bunch of edge rushers, like in the third and long, you may be able to flex this guy out actually if you want to defensive end. If there's someone else you want to bring in the inside, but this guy is going to need a little seasoning. But this guy is a hell of an athletic defensive lineman, a hell of an athletic defense. You got to watch his tape. You're probably watching the draft right now, which is totally cool. This guy is super athletic, and honestly, if he had fallen to if I didn't expect him to be gone this early. If my Giants took him at pick 47, I wouldn't have complained because we do need interior defensive line help. And I had this guy pegged as a possibility. I didn't expect him to go this early. Well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to pat myself on the back. So I was tooting this guy's horn for like the past 6 weeks. So, all right, let me update this ticker. Pick 35, Falcons. They got my man, interior defensive lineman, Ruke. Oh, they have his name up. Oh, Rowe. I'm just going to do it this way. I forgot how to spell it and they took the name down already. I'm just leaving it this way. Damn, I'm going to pat myself on the back for that one. This is one of the guys who I was really like, when I was trying to focus on second and third round value. I had my eye pegged on him. I actually, there in many of our mock drafts, I saw to me, I thought he'd be a good fit in Cleveland because Cleveland does a really good job of keeping their defense strong. They've done that for the past 5 years now, of keeping it very good. The pick is in for the Commanders. We'll see what it's going to be. Um, they could go wide receiver, but there's a lot of good defensive players here. They could go Malachi Corley. I'm not sure what the Commanders' needs are, to be honest with you. They could go secondary. You got some good Cooper DeJeans out there. Like I keep saying that name. Oh, Melvin, my dog Melvin, he's whining about something. All right, I think my dog. I'll be right back. I'll be right back, everybody. Hang on one second. My dog Melvin wants to go to the backyard. Hang on one second. And I'm a one-man show over here right now. Just hang in with me there, everybody. If Melvin's not happy, I'm not happy. And if I'm not happy, my audience won't be happy. Go ahead, Melvin. You just bark, buddy, when you want to come on in. Or actually, come on in. Melvin, make sure you close the door behind you, buddy. All right. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. This is it. These are the picks that really matter. You got to make those second and third round picks count. I love, okay, commercial break. I love when my team's got, multiple second and third round picks because you get so much good value there. Maybe you don't necessarily hit on the superstar, but you could really get such good players there that help you fill out your roster. My team could use some filling out of its roster, if you know what I mean. Mm. Oh, this margarita so good. Really hit the spot. Friday night, beautiful night here in T2T headquarters, and not headquarters, but it's the New Jersey branch of T2T. We'll say it's New Jersey headquarters, but it's not corporate headquarters. But a beautiful, beautiful night here. I love this time of the year. So awesome. Um, that's right. Chris Braswell is out there, edge from Alabama. Peyton Wilson. Now, this round, you may start seeing some linebackers go. Kool-Aid McKinstry is out there. I forgot about him. Damn, man, that's crazy. Kool-Aid McKinstry was I can't. Well, I guess I'm not shocked that he didn't go in the first round at all, because given how many offensive players went in the first round. But man, a year ago, Kool-Aid McKinstry was looking like a slam dunk first round pick. But this happens all the time. It's happening. That's a quality defensive player, Kool-Aid McKinstry. Quality cornerback, quality defense, a DB, I should say, defensive back, as he can play. He plays safety as well. But Kool-Aid McKinstry is a hell of a pick early in the second round, if that's where they go. Oh man! All right, let's go. Let's go. Okay, Commander's pick is in. Divisional foe. Good luck with the pick, Washington Commanders fans. But except against the Giants. I hope they play well, except against the Giants, against my Giants. I'm impressed by that Ruke Aroro pick by the Falcons. That's a balls out pick. That's a balls out pick. That guy he's probably the most athletic interior defensive lineman in this draft. I'm not saying he's necessarily going to be the best. But this guy hasn't even started to scratch his ceiling yet. Okay, Washington Commanders, let's see what you guys are going to do. Got themselves Jaden Daniels. Let's see, they could go offensive lineman here too. You got some really good offensive linemen still available. And that guard out of UConn, Haynes, is a hell of a monster. He's out there. He's great value at any point right now. I actually could have seen. I wouldn't have blinked an eye if Haynes out of UConn, the guard out of UConn, if he went late first round last night. The guy is really, really good. All right, I have to bring up a board of players that are left right here. Let's see what's going on over here. This is driving me nuts. Just trying to rely on Mel Kiper's top remaining players. All right, let's see what we got over there. Pick is in. Commander's about to announce the pick. Let's see what we got. Man, I got to say, divisional foe, but I feel bad for Washington because they've been so mediocre for the past 30 years. And I don't say that to be mean. I'm just being honest. And my Giants have been mediocre at best. They've been horrible for the past 10 years. And Washington's been like that for the past 30 years. I don't wish that on any team, man. On any fan base. But that's because I'm a nice guy. What can I say? And hats off to you, the viewers. We got 43 people in here right now. 43 live viewers in here right now. Good thing I took a shower again. Second shower today before I came on screen. I know I look beautiful, beautiful for everybody. All right, Washington, who you get? Who you get? Let's see what they get. All right, they got Jerjon Newton. Hell of a pick. That's a really good pick in the beginning of the second round. That guy could have easily went uh, first round, like late first round yesterday, easily. If you didn't have so many quarterbacks who went, this was actually for most of the draft over the past few months. Jerjon Newton was considered defensive lineman number one, interior defensive lineman number one in this class. Up until like the maybe like the last like 3 weeks before the draft, and then it became Byron Murphy, the second out of Texas. Probably a little more athletic, but Jerjon Newton is a hell of a player. Good for you, Washington. You got a stud. You got a stud in the second round. All right, let's edit this. Okay, and that is pick 36. Commanders. IDL. Jerjon Newton. That was one of the players I was hoping would fall to my Giants in the second round. The second round right now is kind of breaking. Like, these players are going off the way they should. With Ladd McConkey, Keon Coleman, Jerjon Newton. The only one who was a surprise for me was Ruke Arororo. And I hope I spelled that correctly. And I hope I pronounced it correctly. That's the only surprise so far. I didn't expect him to go this early. All right, Melvin, my dog did not close the back door when he came in. I got to go close the door. Be right back. But I'll talk. See, no one gets bored at all. Melvin, you got to learn to close the door behind you, buddy. You're like 8 years old. Actually, Melvin's birthday is coming up around April 30th. My big puppy, he's gonna be 8 years old. All right, you go relax. I'm here with my 40 plus friends in the watching the show. Melvin, go lie down. Go lie down. What you looking at, buddy? Go lie down. Go bug mama. All right, so Patriots are on the clock. Pick is in. All right, they didn't waste any time. Could it be Cooper DeJean? Cooper DeJean. Melvin, go. Oh, Jalen Polk. I love this guy. Jalen Polk is no one talks about this dude. This guy catches everything. He's a little over 6'1". He's a little over 200 pounds. He's kind of thin, but this dude is he's a wide receiver out of Washington. This dude catches everything. He's got really good hands. This is a very, very because it's such a low. I'll get Melvin another bone in a second. Bear with me, everyone. But stop. Jalen Polk. I've been talking about this guy for a while. That he's on Washington. He was on Washington. He was a wide receiver too, obviously behind Odunze. But Jalen Polk, man, it's kind of like the LSU situation where they had two really good wide receivers and Neighbors and Brian Thomas Jr. I think Jalen Polk was actually. I think he's got better potential than Brian Thomas. Not better potential, but I think he's got a higher floor than Brian Thomas Jr. Brian Thomas only did, he only had one good year, and it was this past year. Jalen Polk's been better longer than that. I think he's got a higher ceiling than Brian Thomas Jr. out of LSU. I love Jalen Polk. This is great value. All right, bear with me for 1 second. I'm sorry. I got to get Melvin on the bone. He's in my grill. Hang on. But I'll keep talking. But I love that Jalen Polk. Love that pick. Because he's a guy, if my Giants, let's say, if a quarterback needy team like my Giants, they say they had gone J.J. McCarthy or Penix yesterday, I would have been more than happy to get Jalen Polk in the second round as a wide receiver. If the Giants did go quarterback at pick number 6 yesterday, I would have been very happy with Jalen Polk. I think Jalen Polk has wide receiver 1 ceiling. I really do. And I think his floor is really, really good wide receiver 2. I think that's his floor. He's a really good wide receiver. I really appreciate Jalen Polk. And I think in most other draft classes, Jalen Polk would have gone somewhere like, in the mid-20s in the first round. But it's just such a deep wide receiver class. But Jalen Polk, man, Patriots, nice move. Right? You got yourself Drake May and you got yourself Jalen Polk. Damn, good job. Hats off to you, Patriots fans. I know downtown Nino Brown is a big time Patriots fan, and hope he is happy with Drake May and Jalen Polk. All right, so pick 37, Patriots, wide receiver Jalen Polk. And these some of these players are falling, man. These are players that I've been really liked a lot, like Ruge and Polk, who kind of get lost in the shuffle. But I love these guys, man. I love these guys. These are guys that I had my eyes on, in the second round. All right, all right. Get this ticker up over here. Yes. All right. Commercial break. So let me see if I can find because I need players available, best available. Okay, here we go. ESPN. ESPN. All right, here we go. I got it. Yeah, look at these names, man. Cooper DeJean, Kool-Aid McKinstry, A.D. Mitchell, Enos Rakestraw, who I like a lot, Braden Fisk, who I'm glad to see he's now seen as a high second round pick. He's a defensive tackle out of Florida State. Braden Fisk plays like this dude's ass is on fire. I love him. Marshawn Nealand out of Western Michigan. I mentioned him before. I think he's really more of a 4-3 edge, 4-3 defensive end. I love him. If the Giants wanted to keep adding to that edge group, I would have no problem with Marshawn Nealand. Edrin Cooper, really good linebacker. You should start seeing some linebackers go at some point in the second round. There definitely weren't any really first round worthy linebackers, but second round, um, my favorite may actually be I like Edrin Cooper a lot, but Peyton Wilson out of North Carolina State is a stud. Let's see, cornerbacks. All right, so you got Kool-Aid McKinstry, Cooper DeJean. You got TJ Tampa, who I love. Kamari Lassiter, he's a little small for me. He's a really good cover guy. He's a really good pure cover corner. But he's like 5'10". He's like 5'10", 5'11", maybe like 180 pounds. In the second round, he's a little too, but he's really good at covering. He is. Max Melton out there, he's a pretty big dude, but I'll be honest with you, like I like Max Melton's size. I just, you know what? Listen, I'm prejudiced against Rutgers talent. What can I tell you? I'm here in New Jersey, but I don't like the idea of a Rutgers player in the second round. It makes me nervous. Cole Bishop, safety out of Utah. Utah, that dude's a stud. Jackson Powers Johnson is a center. He could probably play guard, but that guy, he's a mauler. He's a really fine technician. Jackson Powers Johnson, center out of Oregon, easily could have gone in the first round. Easily. Trey Benson's out there, who I know Coach Sheps wants for his Dallas Cowboys. Totally cool. Trey Benson's my favorite running back in this class. Same thing for Coach. We both love Trey Benson. It went back and forth for me. Went back and forth between him and Brooks, but it's Benson. Benson for me as well. T'Vondre Sweat's still out there out of Texas, but apparently he's got some issues. He was a guy who originally kind of could have went in the first round, but I think he got arrested for something, and so there's like character issues there. Falls to the third round. I wouldn't mind my Giants taking roll the dice on that one on that talent. Tennessee, T'Vondre Sweat, the guy I was just talking about. Okay, that's cool. He did go in the second round. Um, let's see, and he deserves to go there. Tennessee shoring up that DL. All right, pick 38. Yeah, Titans. The Tennessee Titans. Go T'Vondre Sweat. Tell you, it seems like any player who's got an apostrophe in his name usually winds up being very good. That's the Joe knows rule of thumb. If you have an apostrophe somewhere in your name, like T'Vondre, you're probably going to be a pretty good player. Very, very cool. There we go. We're looking good. Nice pick. Nice pick. All right, the Rams are on the clock. All right, this second round's flowing pretty well. Man, my Giants were supposed to have pick 39, but they included in the trade for Brian Burns. No complaints. Don't get me wrong, but man, I'd love to have a pick right now. There's so much talent out there. I'd love to get my hands on Cooper DeJean. or Kool-Aid McKinstry, one or the other. I wouldn't be shocked. I don't see it happening, but I wouldn't be shocked if my Giants traded up. Their general manager Joe Shane has proven to be a pretty aggressive GM. I have a feeling I can't. I have a feeling the Rams are going Cooper DeJean here. Yeah, Mel Kiper's got their biggest needs as offensive line and cornerback. There are some really good offensive linemen out there, but I think they're going Cooper DeJean. I do. Damn. If they do, good pick. Or Kool-Aid McKinstry. Or Kool-Aid McKinstry. Either or. You can't go wrong with either one. Those it's just great value. Great value at this point. Let's see who they go with. Let's see who they go with. I know my man Shay right now. He's got to be all pumped up, seeing what this pick is. Mm. Oh, I'm sorry. So it involved a trade. Was that it? Rams Panthers trade. Rams received. All right, yeah, they received this pick. Okay, and then the Panthers received pick number 52, the fifth round pick, and I think maybe a pick next year too. I don't know if they just did this pick or what, or if this was, I don't know. What do I know? Joe knows. What do I know? All right, well, the pick is in. I think they're going Cooper DeJean, which breaks my Giants' heart. He was never going to fall to them anyway, pick 47, but Cooper DeJean would be a great Giant. They could use a guy like him. Anyway, let's see what's going on here. We got 46 viewers right now. Come on, Rams. Let's go. Let's do it. I'm sorry, Braden Fisk. Nice pick. Nice pick. Nice pick. You know what? Rams, nice job on your defensive line in this class. It's funny because this is an offensive heavy draft class, but you've got real studs to help rebuild your defensive line. You got my favorite edge in this class. I know most people had Latu or even Turner, Dallas Turner out of Alabama. Mine was Verse out of Florida State, who the Rams took in the first round yesterday. He was my Jared Verse. He was my favorite edge in this class. And they just got Braden Fisk, who plays like his ass is on fire. He's a really athletic big man. He's for an interior defensive lineman. He's not huge. He's probably like 6'2". He's like 293 pounds, I think. This dude, you're gonna love this guy. This guy plays with energy all the time. Commanders have traded their pick. Anyway, let me get this up on the ticker over here. Rams fans, congratulations. I love your new defensive line. Love it. Love it. I just find it funny that they're building this defensive line in an offensive heavy class. Eagles. Oh, you freaking Eagles. You're getting Cooper DeJean, aren't you? You're getting Cooper DeJean. Damn you. Unless they're going offensive line. Anyway, Rams. Let me get this in. They got IDL, Braden Fisk. Eagles have traded up. Ooh. I'll tell you, I think the Eagles have the best general manager in football. They really do. Howie Roseman, oh, this guy is a magician, man. Seems to trade up at the right time. Seems to trade back at the right time. He accumulates draft picks at the right time. Um, this guy is always making things happen. And hats off on the Saquon Barkley signing. That was perfect. It was at $13 million a year. Completely worth it, in my opinion. Complete. I thought the Giants should have kept Saquon. They should have paid him. They should have paid him last year, and they should have kept him. Eagles got a playmaker out of the running back position in Saquon. I think $13 million is absolutely more than fair, especially with the huge increase in the salary cap this year. What an absolute steal. I would have given him more than $13 million a year last year as a Giants fan to keep him on the team because he's a playmaker. He's a playmaker. And he can carry your offense if you need it. Not that the Eagles even need it, but he can carry your offense if you need it. And the Eagles don't even need that. Eagles could go interior. You know what? They could be getting a center. They could be getting that center. Yep, they could be, and that would be a really smart pick in Jackson Powers Johnson out of Oregon. Could be. I mean, I think they're okay on the defensive line, so I don't think they need to. The Eagles are very good at stocking up on the linebackers. They always keep the linebacker position well stocked, and I respect that. You got some really good linebackers out there like Peyton Wilson, Edrin Cooper, Cedric Cedric Gray out of UNC. But I think they're going. There's longtime center Kelsey, Jason Kelsey retired, so it could easily be um, it could easily be Jackson Powers Johnson out of Oregon, who, like I said earlier, easily could have went in the first round. I thought maybe the Cowboys would go for him, even though they have a center out of Wisconsin that they took like a season or two ago. But you can Jackson Powers Johnson. He'd probably start at center, and if you needed to, you could probably put him at guard. But he's a great center. He's really, really good. I bet that's who the Eagles got. Smart move by them if they did. But man, Howie Roseman, this dude is. I'll tell you, I can't believe the Eagles haven't won the Super Bowl over the past like 3 years. Such such a talented team, man. Such a talented team. So, all right. So who do we have left over here? Any What wide receivers are out there? AD Mitchell is the only one I'm really seeing on. I'm on ESPN, like best remaining players right now. He's the only wide receiver out there. Yeah, he's fallen because of his issue with his. He probably would have gone already. Man, who else is out there? Jalen McMillan. There's another wide receiver out of. Let's see. I'm just looking. Yeah, the other wide receivers. Troy Franklin, Oregon, very good wide receiver. Very, very good wide receiver. Jalen McMillan out of Washington. Yeah. Roman Wilson. If you need a slot, Roman Wilson's a lot of fun out of Michigan. He's a good wide receiver. Really, I love. If I needed a slot, I would love to have Roman Wilson maybe in like the third round. Javon Baker is a big time possibility. Who do they? Okay, the pick is in for the Eagles. Javon Baker out of UCF. I know a lot of people had him as like a late first round pick, maybe early second round pick. I see him more as a third round pick, to be honest with Javon Baker. He's a project. I think he's a bit of a project. But he's a big dude who's like super athlete, super athlete. But he definitely needs like refining with his technique and his route running. He's more of like a traditional X, but he still needs a lot of refining. All right, Eagles. I have a feeling they're about to get a stud center. Brandon Graham is making the longtime Eagles making the announcement for the pick. Let's see what do we got over here. Oh, Howie Roseman, damn you to hell! You're such a damn great GM. I respect the hell out of you. Oh man, they got Cooper DeJean. Oh, Eagles fans, congratulations. That's a hell of a young secondary you're putting together over there. Oh my gosh. Why can't my Giants be like this? So pathetic. I was 39. All right. Let's pick 40. Yeah, Eagles. Oh, it hurts to type this one out, to add this to the ticker. So they got Kenyon Mitchell and friggin' Cooper DeJean. Holy cow. Holy cow. What value? What? Oh, there's a trade alert. The Packers have traded the pick or they're on the clock. I don't. Packers have traded the pick to New Orleans. New Orleans took interesting. Ooh, I wonder if they're going cornerback now. Kool-Aid McKinstry. I wouldn't be surprised. Now that Dejean's off the board, I wouldn't be surprised if the Saints were waiting for one of either Dejean or McKinstry to go off the board. Then they traded up to wanted to trade up uh, to get the other high end cornerback. Because after that, there's some interesting corners out there, but the traits like Kamari Lassiter, good cover guy, but he's on the small side. TJ Tampa, who I really like a lot. He's out of Iowa State. He's got good size, but I'd say he's a little raw. He needs some seasoning. He's athletic as hell. He may even be one of like he TJ Tampa is athletic as hell, and he's got a really good size, but a cornerback out of Iowa State. But he does need some seasoning. He needs some time. Man, what a performance by the Eagles yet again, man. Wow, wow. All right, Saints pick is in. Taysom Hill is announcing the pick. By the way, I'm probably gonna take a cigarette break in a little while, everybody. I'm a one man. Oh, that's what I thought. Saints took Kool-Aid McKinstry. All right. All right. What a steal, man. Good for them. Good for them. Okay, so pick 41. Saints. Hmm. Nice pick, man. But I'll tell you, I would have liked Cooper DeJean even more. But that was my fear. I had a feeling that once DeJean was taken, that when the Saints made that trade up, that they were going McKinstry. After that, now there's a drop off in talent, in my opinion. Like you got Tampa, TJ Tampa, who for cornerback, he's second round value in my opinion. Now I do like TJ Tampa, but he's more of a project. Kamari Lassiter is more of a finished product out of Georgia, but he's on the smaller size. Good cover corner, but he's on the smaller size. McKinstry's not on the smaller size, and neither is Cooper DeJean. Now that's why I think you've got a bit of a drop off. You have Enos Rakestraw out of Missouri too. Nice size, good athlete, but he's a little raw as well. He's kind of like TJ Tampa in my opinion. Okay. Well, anyway, these are really great players, man. These players are so cool. That's why I don't know, man. You really want to stock up on the second round and third round picks, but especially second round. You can make so much gravy out of the second round. You really can. Okay, the Texans pick is in. Pick number 40. Oops, I didn't put this over here. Um, I'll tell you, Mel Kiper showing Michael Pratt is second best QB available. I'd have interest in Michael Pratt in like the fifth round out of Tulane. I would with my Giants. I don't want Spencer Rattler in the second round, but fifth round beyond, the dude out of Tulane, I'd take a flyer on. I like him. Kamari Lassiter, okay, the cornerbacks are flying off the board. Kamari Lassiter, I really didn't. He went to Houston. As a Giants fan, I like him, but I'm okay with that. Not a big deal for me. All right, so I'm gonna have to start a new banner over here. It looks like hang on a second. Looks like my banner is. Can I fit any more? Looks like I can fit more here. Okay, so pick 42. Texans took, and don't get me wrong, Texans fans, Lassiter is a good pick, and the cornerbacks are flying off the board right now. He's a good pick. Just as a Giants fan, I'm not sweating on missing out on him, but he's a good pick. Good cover corner, pure cover. He's really good. Just a little on the small size. small side for me, to be honest with you. Tell you, I wouldn't mind my Giants taking Sainris still. He's small, but that dude covered. He'd be like, I think one of the best slot corners coming right into the NFL immediately. Guy can cover like nobody's business. Okay, so they got Kamari Lassiter, CB, Kamari Lassiter. Mm-hmm. All right, congratulations, Texans. Congratulations. That's a great pick in the second round. It is. And honestly, if my Giants had gotten Lassiter, I'd be happy with it. He's a really good cover corner. I just like a little more size in my corners. But he's a good pick. Good pick. Hats off to you, Houston Texans fans. Remember how like Houston Texans fans, remember it was like 2 years ago how dire everything seemed, right? How dire everything seemed. How things can change like that with a good front office. Man. Cardinals pick is in, but it's a commercial break. It looks like some sort of Planet of the Apes movie is coming out again. Cardinals pick is in May 10th. Another Planet of the Apes movie. It'll be Planet of the Apes 2. This time it's personal. Or something like that. Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes. Okay, whatever. Cardinals pick is in. But I'll tell you, man, Houston Texans fans, hats off to you. All the crap you went through when you saw that really, really talented team of yours that made the playoffs for a few years in a row, that gave the Chiefs run for their money in the playoffs like in 2019 or whatever it was. And you had a super talented team. Those guys were all gone. And you know what? You rebuilt like faster than any team I can remember off the top of my head in recent memory. Hats off to you, Houston Texans fans. Seriously, seriously. I'm really happy for you. It was a shame to see everything that happened. Um, when O'Brien was your coach, and I actually thought he was a pretty decent coach, but um, just the bad moves that they did make, and the whole Deshaun Watson stuff, the saga, and that was ugly. That was like the ugliest crap I've seen in a long, long time. And just everything hit the Texans at once, and here they are rebuilt. And that it's funny because Texans did a good job accumulating talent as well. But it's funny, man. You get that quarterback, and everything seems to magically fall into place. And I realized it wasn't magic. It was they made a lot of good decisions. They made a lot of good decisions. But tell you, man, you get that quarterback, and that's the glue. Everything just really falls into place. So, man, Houston Texans fans, this is for you guys. This is for you. Great job. I'm really happy for you. Cardinals pick is in. I would assume it's going to be defense. Pick number 40. They pick number 43. They picked the offensive line. Man, let me check out the offensive lineman over here. You know what I got to do, guys? Hang on one second. Let me get this over here. Share screen. Let's do ESPN best remaining players. Here we go. How's this? You guys seeing this over here? Add. All right, here we go. All right, so let's do this. Best remaining players, guys. So you see what I'm looking at. Let me refresh. Ooh, I should take a cigarette break. I wouldn't mind the Giants getting TJ Tampa. I love that guy's athleticism, size. Anyway, so here you see over here ESPN's best. Adonai Mitchell's like the only wide receiver who's left, and he did this to himself, man, not taking care of your diabetes. First of all, dude, AD Mitchell, we want you to live. We want you to live. Please. And you got Matt Miller's pro comp for AD Mitchell. It's George Pickens. That's a hell of a pro comp. AD, please take care of your diabetes, man. Please take care of it. I don't know what you're thinking. Maybe you think you're, you know, undefeatable. Nothing can beat you down or whatever. Please take care of your diabetes. Take care of your health. All right. So these some of the players left. Let's see. Oh, Chris Jenkins is a monster. Ooh, Marshawn Nealand is out there still. I'm not sure what they need, what the Cardinals' needs are. I mean, you can never go wrong with another corner or another edge rusher. You got Rakestraw, cornerback out of Missouri, Nealand, edge out of Western Michigan. Max Melton, cornerback. All right, cornerback out of Rutgers. Like I said, hey, listen, guys, I'm prejudiced. I am prejudiced against Rutgers talent. I didn't really want him going. Arizona, it's a good pick. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying for my team, I didn't want him, but totally cool. Good. This guy is really good size and he's a good athlete. I'm sorry, I just don't buy into Rutgers talent. That's just me. That's just me. That's just Joe knows. What can I say? Then again, my team stinks. What do I know, right? I'm a Giants fan. All right, let's do this. Pick 43. Pick 43. Cardinals. CB Max Melton. By the way, hats off to the Cardinals on keeping Kyler Murray. I'm a very big Kyler Murray fan, and I know a lot of people thought that Arizona may be looking to trade him and move on from him. And I think Kyler Murray is a hell of a talent. And when he's healthy, I think the Cardinals cook. Just remember, just a few years ago, like in his first and second year, him and the Cardinals, who really weren't all that talented at the time, they're probably a little more talented not now, but Arizona Cardinals under Kyler Murray were beating the Rams and the 49ers. These are two teams that were challenging for the NFC West. And Arizona was giving them everything they could handle with Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray's a pain in the ass. Oh, Jim Plunkett. I love Jim Plunkett. He's making the Raiders pick is in, and Jim Plunkett is announcing the pick. I love Jim Plunkett. First Super Bowl I ever saw was 1980, Raiders versus Eagles. Jackson Powers Johnson. Raiders, you just got a hell of a player. Raiders fans, congratulations. All right. And that is pick 44. Nice pick. Nice pick. Center, Jackson, Powers, Johnson. Look at you. That's a smart. This dude is he's gonna be your center for the next like 10 to 12 years. Congratulations, Raiders. Seriously, congratulations. Oops. Save. Boom. We got 51 people, 51 viewers. Look at you. Thank you for joining me. I appreciate it. Thank you for joining us at T2T. Like I said, my name is Joe, and I usually handle day 2 of the draft. So thank you for joining. Look at the Raiders, man. Brock Bowers in the first. Pick is in for who? For the Packers. Okay. So the Packers traded back a little while ago with the Saints, who took Kool-Aid McKinstry. Packers are on the clock, and we'll see where they go. What was I going to say? I'm sorry. Who just picked? That's right. The Raiders. So think about the Raiders and the tight ends. They got Brock Bowers, and they got Michael Mayers. Was it Michael? Mayers? Whatever his last name is, Mayers, the tight end from Notre Dame last year. That is a great tight end combination. I love that. My favorite position on offense is tight end. My favorite position on defense is safety because I love the versatility that those positions are required of those positions. If they're going to be all around tight ends and all around safeties like real Pro Bowlers, I love the versatility that's required. Oh my goodness. Look, it's Anthony Richardson's favorite fan.
Oh, now come on.
You made it just in time for the Packers. My man Justin is here. Justin usually joins me for day 2 at some point, for day 2 of the NFL draft. Justin, how's your Friday night going, buddy?
Hey, going great. So I I actually just wrapped up
They got
a
Edgerrin
episode of
Cooper,
Friendly
linebacker
Fire.
of Texas A&M. Sorry, had to say that. Go ahead.
Oh, you're good. I just wrapped up an episode of Friendly Fire that's going to be airing tomorrow morning with a young gentleman by the name of Cameron. The last name is Cameron Bryce. He is a graduate of the Dan Patrick School of Broadcasting, and he's trying to get his name out there. So we just wrapped up that episode talking about mostly the Baltimore Orioles, and I saw that you were still live, and I saw that my Colts were almost up, so I was excited, and I thought, you know what, I'll hop in, I'll be a part of that Colts pick, and then they traded it away. So
Hey, listen, Colts are doing well, man. How did you feel about your pick yesterday?
well, I felt like the Colts had the opportunity to take any one of the best
Indianapolis
defenders.
just traded their pick to Carolina.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah.
Oh, I thought this was from earlier. Okay, gotcha.
No, I hopped on just in time to see them trade the pick. But they had the opportunity to take any one of the best defenders in the league or in the draft, and they decided to get who was probably my fourth or fifth defender on the list. So I wasn't too pleased with it, to be honest with you. But if his neck is able to stay healthy, because that's a huge. Latu's neck is a huge concern for me because we've seen the injury issues with Darius Leonard. We've seen the injury issues already with Anthony Richardson. We've had injury issues as far as really, really great, promising players in Indianapolis. It seems like it always comes down to injuries for them, and they always leave early. Andrew Luck, I mean, just all of the greatest and promising players, it seems like that happens to us. So why risk a guy that already has a neck fusion issue or whatever it is? It's just scary to me.
I hear you. I'm the same way. Most people they had Latu as their edge number one in this class. Panthers pick is in. They're about to announce the pick. I hear you. He is a super talent, though. And you know what? At the end of the day, it's one pick. I know it's a first-round pick. You didn't trade up to get him. You know what I mean? This guy could really be a home run for you. And
it's not completely disappointing. It just because it's not who I would have taken doesn't mean
he's a super talent. And the funny thing is, he's out of UCLA, and the Dolphins got a player a few years ago, another edge, who's probably the top edge in that class. The last name is Phillips. I forgot. He's really, really good. I'm brain farting in the first name. Last name is Phillips. They took him on like pick 17 a few years ago. And he was I don't think it was the same injury, but it was the same thing where he had been injured. He dropped out of football for like a year, just like Latu, went to UCLA and wound up being like a mid-first round pick.
You mean Jalen?
He worked out very, very well. Jalen Phillips, that's it. Jalen. I always forget his first name. Panthers got Jonathan Brooks. All right. Trey Benson's still up there for coach.
Yeah. Coach is ready to get a running back for his Cowboys. I was kind of surprised the Cowboys haven't traded up because I thought that there were several teams here ahead of them that could potentially go after a running back. This trade actually it makes a lot of sense for the Panthers, in my opinion, for sure.
Yeah, I'm cool with that. I do like. It's funny. I was saying I fluctuated over the past 6 months, over the past 4 to 6 months. My favorite RB between Benson and Brooks. I started with Benson. For most of the past 3 months, it was Brooks. And I'd say for the past month, I went back to Benson. I'd say I'm with Coach. Benson is my favorite RB in this class, but no complaints about Brooks. No complaints about Brooks. Giants are on the clock.
Ooh, your guys are on the clock.
Malik Neighbors is out there. Yeah, I was hoping for one of those corners. I was hoping for Cooper DeJean or Kool-Aid McKinstry. I knew they would never make it.
I would have never thought they would have fallen where they did.
Yeah. Well, yes, man, dude, when you look at what was 25 picks on the offensive side of the ball that won the first round yesterday, you had 6 wide receivers, 9 offensive linemen, and I think 8 wide receivers. So you have 23 picks on the offensive side of the ball. When you look at it that way, it's not someone had to fall. A slew of players, as always, had to fall. But Jonathan Brooks,
I'm excited about Malik Neighbors to the Giants, man. I that helps bring some life to Daniel Jones possibilities too.
Daniel Jones, listen, you know me. I'm a Daniel Jones, in the trench dude, and I even realize that it's it's pretty much it's done. But I believe in like what I'm happy with is that I never believed in JJ McCarthy. If anything, if they were going to take a quarterback, I wanted Penix, to be honest with you. I love his arm, but I like that they obviously didn't believe in these tier two guys, tier two quarterbacks at pick number 6, and they didn't force it out of desperation to keep their jobs or anything. I appreciate that. It's
Yeah.
obviously because they could have taken any of those guys if they wanted to, and I don't think those tier two quarterbacks are talentless. I think McCarthy went to a great spot in Minnesota.
Oh,
Beautiful
for
spot
sure.
for him. Beautiful
Yeah.
spot. But the Giants aren't there. Like it's not like I don't want to force anything. I'd rather accumulate talent, stack talent, and then get the quarterback when it's there. I mean, you can do it both ways. You can get the quarterback and stack the talent, or you can get the talent and stack the quarterback. I just don't want to force anything. I don't want to force, I don't want to do like 3 years of trying to figure out whether or not JJ McCarthy has it. Like we've gone through Daniel Jones for like, going into 6 years now. Now it's just like, hey, with Daniel Jones, it's like we've got nobody else. It's that we're at that point. But
Yeah.
anyway, I'm happy they didn't force it. I would have been happy with the Dunzo or neighbors, and I just didn't want them to force anything. So thank
Yeah.
God they did.
Yeah, I mean, they took the best player on their board. Like you
Yeah,
can never fault a GM for doing that. You know what I
no,
mean? They're
that's what you
trusting.
do. That's what you do.
Yeah. Let's see. So the Giants and the Jags both have their picks in, like back to back. The Jaguars wasted no time here. I know you are the king
Wait,
of solo
wait.
show, so I'm not trying to overstep your show here or anything. I was just excited to hop on. So if you don't mind, I'll stick around until the Colts pick again, and then
No, stick with me because you know what? I need you because it's time for Joe Knows Smoke Break. Brought
oh,
to you by brought to you by Marlboro, who is not hashtag not a sponsor.
okay, but I have to admit I am not prepared for this. I was just hopping on for one pick for the Colts. So, but yeah,
Justin,
sure.
you're the best host we have. Don't tell Coach I
Tell
said
you
that.
what, I'll do a rundown of the picks that have already happened while you're, just like
Go
a
for
quick
it.
refresher while
What
you're.
Giants pick is in? All right, I'm gonna have this, and I'm gonna smoke a cigarette,
You
either
got
out of happiness or anxiety. So it's either gonna be like this, or it's gonna be like as
it.
I tweet out some what the f did they do?
Uh-huh.
Dude, we got 56 viewers in here.
Hey,
Now
right on.
is it our commentary? Is it our good luck? Good looks. What do you think?
But they were already on before I joined, so it's all you, homie.
You know what? It's funny. I went to go buy alcohol later, like half an hour before, and I showered before I went. I just wanted to be nice and fresh Friday night for the show and everything. Use my new
That's,
body wash that smells really good. And the
yeah,
lady said, selling me
I can
alcohol asked
tell.
me if I had it. She asked me if I had a hot date. Actually, I have a hot podcast I'm doing in a little while. She goes, "Oh, because you smell great. My body
Yeah.
wash.
Yeah, if we had
Do you
smell vision,
smell?
I'd be even more
How
happy. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
how do I
That's
smell?
yeah,
Smell good,
beautiful,
right?
beautiful.
Come on, Big Blue."
And then the
And
Bengals are on the clock.
those of you who don't know, Justin and I have a very special connection. Besides the fact that we're good friends from like 750 miles apart, we have that Manning connection, the Peyton Manning, Eli Manning connection.
Yep. Well, we now have 3 picks that are in, and they've still not announced the
Get
Giants. So
out
my
of here!
guess
How
is
do you know? How do you know the 3 picks are in?
I'm watching the ticker on NFL.com. It just shows that the picks are in. They haven't announced who
All
they
right,
are.
Tyler Newman. I wanted a cornerback. I wanted Mike Sanistril, cornerback out of Michigan, but I'll take Tyler Newman.
Yeah, I like it, man. In those mocks that we did, the community mocks for T to T, I had Tyler Newman late first round a couple of times.
Oh
Uh,
yeah, I'm
so
not
yeah,
complaining about him. I'm not complaining, but dude, we've got no veteran corners, and I am scared to death of going to in this season of Deontay Banks just being as like our. I don't think he's ready to be CB number. We need a veteran back there, and
yeah,
but we need more CB talent. I'm not complaining about Tyler. Don't get me wrong. This is really really good.
yeah. I think it's another one of those picks where it was just next best player on their board.
Totally cool with it. All right, safety talent for the Giants. Pick 47. Giants. I'm trying to keep up the ticker here.
And I mean, and yeah, you're right. I'm looking at the depth chart. You guys don't have much at all at defensive back, but you also don't
Stinks.
have a whole lot of depth at safety. So he definitely helps there.
A few years ago, it's funny. A few years ago, the Giants were stacked at interior defensive lineman and safety, and we even had Bradbury, and we had Adoree Jackson. Now we've got nobody in the secondary, and like besides Dexter Lawrence, a bare interior defensive line. All right, I'm taking a smoke, Justin. It's all on you, but you can handle it because you're the best at this.
All right. Well, I'm going to roll with my go-to then. For those that aren't already aware, Rival Fantasy is the newest evolution in fantasy sports. Rival's all-in-one fantasy platform has changed the fantasy sports landscape. From fantasy bingo, where you mark off boxes of achievements that your players accomplish on the field, to season-long and best ball leagues, to mock drafts and challenges, and more. They have the perfect user-friendly website and app for you. So send a challenge to your friend or send a challenge to your rival and tell them to put their money where their mouth is. But your first deposit of up to $200 will be matched, plus an additional $25 just for using that link, joinrival.com/titletribe. That's joinrival.com/titletribe. All right, so we're pretty much at the halfway mark here in the second round. So I'm going to do a quick rundown of the picks that have been made. Like I said, I've been recording another podcast through most of the second round, so some of these are going to be kind of news to me as well. But I did see the Keon Coleman pick just before I hit record. And obviously, I love that pick. I love the Buffalo still got a key wide receiver that they need. They had to have like 3 or 4 in mind in that general area that they wanted. They kept trading back, getting more picks for him. I think it's a good move. So people are knocking them for trading back and letting the Chiefs pick ahead of them the receiver they want. But to me, I think the Chiefs just went up and got a really fast wide receiver because he did really good on the 40 in the combine. And had he not had such a great 40 time, he wouldn't have been such a high pick. So to me, it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. So they're not beating the Chiefs either way. Let's see. So then the Chargers with the second pick took the guy that I kind of had ranked as a low end first round. I had him going. He was actually one of the guys, even though he doesn't really fit the system as much. One of the guys I was kind of hoping to see go to the Chiefs. I feel like they're the right team that's smart enough to fit any wide receiver in their system if they really wanted to. But Ladd McConkey goes to the Chargers. Desperately needed a wide receiver there. I did see that they traded up right before I hit record. I assumed that they were going wide receiver. I assumed they were going with Ladd, but sure enough, they did. The Falcons, defensive tackle, they need some defensive help for sure. They've got a lot of good young offensive talent right now. Kirk Cousins got hit with the Packers quarterback treatment where they went and drafted another quarterback that he wasn't expecting them to take with a first-round pick instead of getting him some more help. But now they get some key help with Rook. That's the Scooby-Doo guy from Clemson. And so then the defensive tackle, Jazon Newton, went to the Commanders with the 4th pick. Wide receiver Jalen Polk went to the Patriots. The Patriots got their quarterback in the first round. Now they got a young, talented wide receiver. They definitely need some more wide receiver depth, but they traded back to get this one, so they got more picks later. Andre Sweat. What am I missing?
Bengals just took Chris Jenkins, who actually I would have preferred defensive tackle out of Michigan. I would have preferred my Giants over Tyler Nubin. Nothing against Nubin. I would have preferred Chris Jenkins, defensive tackle out of Michigan. Bengals just got him.
That would mean that the Bengals they're drafting for the trenches because we know they got an offensive tackle.
That's what you should do.
Yesterday. Yeah, exactly. I mean. And we don't know the full extent of Burrow's mobility coming off of this injury, may need to focus on those trenches quite a bit, both in protecting Burrow and in the running game. And then, of course, the best way to protect your quarterback is to have a great defense that can help keep the opposing offense off of the field so that they don't have to, throw as much. So yeah, I like that. I like what the Bengals are doing in the draft here.
I love that pick. I do have to brag for a second, Justin.
Go
You and
for
I,
it.
we did a draft episode about a month back, and you were asking. We did I think we did the whole first. Well, on the episode, we did certain teams in the first round. Not all the teams, but certain teams in the first round. And you asked me for some sleepers, and one that I gave was Ruke Orororo, who actually went earlier than I thought. He went early second round. And so I'm just bragging a little bit.
Yeah, and you should. You should, absolutely. Now, granted, it is the Atlanta Falcons, and they've already made another pick that a lot of the fan base isn't necessarily happy about. So, so we'll see. But, I mean, the fact that an actual NFL team views him as a potential sleeper as well, I mean, that just shows that you could be a GM in the NFL and should be.
I should be. That's what we have to do here at T2T. We have to save up. Damn you, Commanders. They took Mike Sainristil, who I wanted. So the Giants should take him. Or Chris Jenkins. Mike Sainristil is a NFL ready slot corner. And slot corner, like a guy who's really shut down in the slot, is hard to find. This dude is NFL ready. He was one of the captains on the Michigan defense. And he actually plays the run very well. This guy's a 3-down cornerback if you want him. That's a home run pick, dude. I love it. He went a little earlier than I expected.
Am I reading this correctly? Is Adonai Mitchell still available?
He is. But do you know the issue with AD Mitchell?
No.
All right, so he's got diabetes, and that's not the problem. The thing is that he doesn't take care of it. So
that's right.
He's got these crazy mood swings where he's like the teammate of the century, just awesome when his blood sugar's fine. He doesn't monitor it, and so when it goes down, he's it's alternate. It's like kind of like bipolar.
Well, I was trying to look ahead at my Colts pick that's coming up here, and I was thinking, that talent of a wide receiver to fall, but I don't trust the Colts medical staff as far as I can throw him. So I don't know that I would trust them to help keep his sugar in check.
Yeah, listen, I'm same way with the Giants and their medical staff. I think I missed a pick here. So the Bengals took Chris Jenkins. Commanders, Washington Commanders fans who are tuning in right now. Congratulations, you got one of my favorite players in this draft. Commanders.
It shows the Steelers pick is in, but they haven't announced who it is yet. And you knew the Commanders before and they still don't even have the Commanders up on NFL.com. So I think the NFL.com is updating when they're in, but they're not updating who they are as quickly as your site. So I'd stick with your site.
Let's see. I need to see. I think I missed a pick here. Okay, so let's see. Draftcast.
Enos Rakestraw's still out there. That'd be a good one for the Colts.
Oh yeah, I agree. I like him.
We need a linebacker. Zach Frazier's still out there.
Let's see.
Peyton Wilson or Zach Frazier.
There's some really good. Peyton Wilson's awesome. He really is good. Chris Jenkins. Bengals. I got that. What did I miss? Jaguars took Mason Smith. Damn, I wasn't expecting that early. He was another guy I was hoping maybe third round for the Giants. Mason Smith, defensive tackle out of LSU. They took him right after the Giants. I did not realize.
Oh yeah, they had their pick in just as soon as the Tyler Nubin pick went in. They just had to wait to announce. So that's why you missed it. They probably announced it while you were talking Giants.
Well, I was having a cigarette.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. See, cigarettes are bad for you, man. They cause you to miss draft picks.
Allegedly.
I know, I saw it. They caused you to miss a draft pick.
All right, so I got to update this ticker. It's 49. That's
Allegedly.
allegedly. Let's see,
Did you
Giants
get
lose to
your
40.
yearly viewing in of the documentary Draft Day by Kevin Costner?
Yes, I did like 3 times.
Ooh, three. Man, you're committed. I like it.
You know what? It's a fun movie.
It is. It is. They need a part two. Hey, speaking of movies, tomorrow night, best sports movies of all time.
That's right, Justin. Why don't you talk about it a little bit? What we're doing. So we have a fun day draft, pretty much off. When we're in between seasons, we have here to us titles. We have fun day draft, and that's where we do a draft that's anything but NFL related. So it could be your favorite Marvel superheroes, who may your favorite, or your favorite comic superheroes, your favorite comic super villains, as examples that we did last year.
Yeah.
Justin, why don't you take it from there? What are we
Yes.
doing tomorrow?
We're drafting the best sports movies of all time tomorrow. So, Rich, I see you in the comments. Send me a text. Let me know if you're in tomorrow night, because I don't know if you've checked the Gilded recently, but also 68 viewers out there. If any one of you guys want to come on with us tomorrow night, 9 p.m., and draft the best sports movies of all time, just shoot me a DM. It's at Toylisted Titles or at JustinFF_. But yeah, criteria is it's got to be a sports movie. That's it. Like, pretty simple for tomorrow night. But we do have the Wheel of Consequences. So the Wheel of Consequences could rear its ugly head at any moment. So that's always good times. But yeah, looking forward to it, man. We only do an episode every 3 weeks, but it's always a fun time and a
Only.
nice little break from the grind. Yeah, because
Absolutely.
I was thinking about making it a weekly thing, but also sometimes it takes time to prep, and it's Saturdays. I hate to give up everybody's Saturdays every single week. So
Yeah, exactly. Zach Frazier, good pick. Steelers. I think they won offensive line in the first round. Wow. Nice pick. Zach Frazier, center out of West Virginia.
center or linebacker?
No, Zach Frazier. No, he's a center. He's a center out of
Oh
West
shoot.
Virginia. He's definitely a top interior offensive lineman.
Oh, yes. All right. Yes. Sorry. No. I don't know why, but I said Zach Frazier or Peyton Wilson earlier. I meant to say Junior Colson or Peyton Wilson earlier because I was trying to compare linebackers for the Colts because they need linebacker help. But I tell you, man, if Rakestraw is still there, I kind of hope the Colts pick him.
I don't blame you.
And they are on the clock right now, and it says the pick is in on NFL.com. It just doesn't say who it is.
All right, now I finally got this right. Okay, I'm just trying to update my ticker up here. Steelers. And by the way, everybody, audience, Justin said that he will save, regardless of where I pick. He's going to make sure that Remember the Titans is saved for me.
I did not say that.
Evil. You're so evil. You're so evil. Look at you.
I did not say that, but
I thought you were a nice guy, man.
I believe you draft second to last also, so the odds aren't very good for you, homie.
Oh, that's horrible.
I think if I have it updated, it looks like on the doc I actually draft right before you. And there's a pretty good chance that Remember the Titans isn't going to pass me.
We'll have to trade. I'll trade a future fun day draft first.
I mean, you get football, you get Denzel, you get the guy that played Beta on The Walking Dead. Like, it's got everything.
Mm-hmm. Let's see, Zach Frazier. All right, so Colts pick is in. Who do you want? Give me 3 players that you'd be cool with. That you'd be really happy with.
Okay, well, I definitely want Rakestraw. I think I would probably. I've been battling back and forth, but I think I would rather go Junior Colson at linebacker over Peyton Wilson. Michigan.
No, he's a nice player, man. It's kind of like pick your flavor. That's cool.
And then a little bit more depth at wide receiver would be nice. And from looking at what's left, I feel like after Malachi Corley, it kind of goes pretty deep on the depth list here. So I think it's more of a stretch after Corley. So I guess I would probably go Malachi Corley if I had to say a wide receiver right now.
That would be a fair pick, man. Malachi Corley would be a lot of fun for you. That dude's he's a pain in the ass to get down. He's super fast. I think Tank Dell, but a little thicker.
Yeah, there you go. And I love Tank Dell when we went to the Senior Bowl a couple years ago. Um, but yeah, so if you had Corley and you had Josh Downs and you have Pittman, I think that's a nice little trio for Anthony Richardson if he can.
That is, and this is a fair place to pick him too.
Yeah.
Let's see, best available. Let me refresh this over here. Oh no, those are the picks. We want best available.
Man, this is like watching popcorn pop in the microwave. This is killing me. And now I want popcorn. Great.
Come to think of it, I haven't eaten tonight.
Oh, gotta take care of that.
All I
man.
have is this margarita keeping me company.
Oh, that's good enough. That's got calories. You can survive.
Pre-made, exactly. It's got lime.
Yeah, that's healthy.
It has fruit.
Yeah. Yep. Sugar is still an essential, need.
100%. Yeah. AD Mitchell would agree with you.
So margarita, do you go salt rim or
you got AD Mitchell.
80. Oh, okay. All right. Well,
there you go.
I mean,
it's great value, dude. He's awesome.
Wide receiver. Yeah, if he can, keep his stuff straight. Like I love him on the field. So, yeah.
Middle of the second round, Justin, you're frozen a little bit, but if you can hear me, I'm just saying, middle of the second round for AD Mitchell, nice value, dude. Nice value.
Nice.
Oh, now you're unfrozen.
Yeah, no, I like it.
I like it too, man. I like it for you too.
I don't like the risk though. This is 2 years in a row now where our top picks have been risky picks, right? So
for second round.
Yeah,
who are you thinking of last year? Are you thinking of the quarterback, or are you thinking of someone else?
Yeah, I'm thinking of Richardson last year. He was going to be a risky pick because he had the same shoulder injury 3 of the last 5 years. So it was pretty likely it was going to happen again, and it did. So now it's 4 times in the last 6 years to the same shoulder. So it's probably going to happen again, And then now with Latu, the neck. So even second round, just because the first pick of these past 2 years have been so risky. So at some point we need some stability, right? So the risk is there with Adonai Mitchell, but the thing is like I was surprised he was still there because I had forgotten about his blood sugar issues. I did remember hearing that yesterday after you mentioned it, but I was still surprised he was there because of the talent. So if he can get it in check, like why is it that he doesn't want to get it in check? You know what I'm saying?
That's strange. Dude.
Nobody just doesn't.
It could be that he's just like.
So there are people out there. The story.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. So I actually started hearing the story, I guess today or yesterday. I don't remember. And I'm like, yeah, some people just feel like they're. I don't know. I actually had my wife's brother has been diabetic for a long time. He wasn't. I don't think he was necessarily born with it, but he became diabetic when he's a little older, and he's around 60 now, and he lived with us for a few years. He wasn't actually diagnosed with diabetes. I don't think he really had diabetes until like his 20s, but it was something that was genetic. It wasn't. He's never been a poor eater or anything. He actually works out a lot and everything, but he's another guy who would not. He lived with us for a few years. He's someone else who sweetheart of a guy, but he did not. He really didn't take care of his diabetes the way he should have.
Right.
And for him, it was kind of like a machismo thing. And like he did some things for it, but he had the type of diabetes that was really serious. And so his blood sugar would skyrocket and just drop like crazy. And so, like he should have had a monitor for a long time. He didn't. And then after he'd have it, like he really wouldn't use it. It was crazy. It was like, I think it affects your brain. I mean, AD Mitchell's young. I mean, but like my brother-in-law is like 6 years old, at 60 years old, like, when you let it go for a while, like it'll start affecting you. I think it'll start affecting your brain or thinking process. And, but I don't know, maybe it's just a macho thing. I don't know. Why you would not? It's my understanding. I had no idea until I heard analysts talk about AD Mitchell and his diabetes issue. They said that Mark Andrews had diabetes. I had no idea, but he's got a monitor and like an injector. Like it's if your blood sugar is low, it automatically injects some insulin in there. I didn't no idea.
Yeah, Jay
Well, that's
Cutler.
the obvious thing to do. What's that?
Yeah.
Cutler?
Yeah, Jay Cutler did too. As a
Oh,
matter
okay,
of fact,
gotcha.
there was a story from
Commander's
that.
pick is in.
You know how the players like to joke around a lot when they're at the Pro Bowl, and the Pro Bowl was in
Mhm.
Hawaii with when Jay Cutler made it one year, and I forget who it was that did the whole get down behind them and get down on all fours, and then Peyton Manning actually pushed Jay Cutler into the pool, and he had
Mhm.
his
Oh,
on, and they had no
yeah.
idea that they were even
Yeah.
that he even
He
had it
didn't
on.
know.
They were just goofing around, but so yeah, he had to get like an emergency pack to swap that one out
Oh,
because it got ruined in the pool.
I thought maybe Peyton Manning electrocuted Jay Cutler to death, but that didn't happen.
What's that?
I thought maybe Peyton Manning electrocuted him to death by pushing him into the
No,
pool, but that didn't
no,
happen.
no. He died with his career.
Yeah.
All
And
right,
he
what do we
blames
got?
Peyton Manning to this day. A Commander's pick is in. We're on commercial break.
Oh,
Yeah, Commander's pick is in. Let's see. Best player. Let me refresh. Best players available. Man, the guys that I really wanted, I was hoping to fall to the Giants. The Giants have had some luck over the past few years, so like the right player falling to them in the second round, and there was no way they were going to fall Cooper DeJean or Kool-Aid McKinstry. There's no way that was going to happen. But I was saying earlier, hats off to the Eagles. They made a move up to get Cooper DeJean when he was there, like pick 39 or whatever it was. And then the Saints moved up right after them to get Kool-Aid McKinstry. And it was, I think, the next pick after that, where whoever it was took Kamari Lassiter. You had a run on the cornerbacks who like were the obvious high-end second-round picks. But Eagles, man, they got Kenyon Mitchell in the first round, and they got Cooper DeJean in the second round. Holy cow! That's a home run of a draft class already. When you
I'm
can
looking.
like basically rebuild half your secondary with young talented corners like that. I'm sorry, Justin. What were we gonna say?
No, you're good. I was just saying I'm monitoring our Gilded chat as well. GM said that he wanted Ladd in Buffalo. He'll settle for Keon. I'm sure you will. That's a nice little settlement right there.
Hey, yeah, congratulations on Keon Coleman. I love that pick. I had him mocked. All right, wow. Commanders got Ben Sinnott, tight end out of Kansas State.
Okay.
Nice pick. Nice pick.
Yeah, they need a tight end bad.
Yeah. So
They've got Zach Ertz there. They've got him on lease for however long he can last.
Exactly. Commanders. All right, tight ends. Ben Sinnott. You know, I actually didn't think he was going to go in the second round. I was saying that earlier in the program. I didn't think any tight end was going to go in this round. But it's interesting that he went over Ja'Tavion Sanders, who for a long time has been considered tight end number 2 in this class. But Ben Sinnott has been coming on, streaming up the boards in the past over the past like 2 months, and understandably so. He is more of an all-around tight end. I'd say Ja'Tavion Sanders is more of an Evan Ingram, but Ben Sinnott's actually a good blocker, and he can go out and be a reliable pass catcher too. That's a nice pick, dude. That's a really nice pick. Good for the Commanders.
Man,
They're
the
having a
Raiders
nice draft.
Raiders absolutely ruined me last night, taking Bowers
I know.
I was
with my friends last night. I lead a contingent every year, local friends in my area, out for the draft. It's like the one thing I organize every single year. And this year we went to Applebee's, and I was telling my friends, the first round is moving along. I said my friend Justin's a big Colts fan. He's hoping for Bowers to be there at pick 15. But I said I think Bowers is going to go to the Jets. They took Olu Fashanu, offensive tackle. Understandable, completely understandable.
Yep.
I'm like, shoot. I'm like, maybe. And then you got some quarterbacks like McCarthy and Bo Nix who went. I'm like, man, maybe Justin's got a chance here.
Yeah.
And Raiders got him. I'm like, man, they got Bowers and Mayer from last year.
Michael Mayer. I wasn't even thinking that the
love it.
Raiders were a threat.
Either. I never would have thought.
I was actually live on the FF Mad Scientist last night when the Colts picked and even
Round
before that.
selections
And I was pretty fired up because like after like you said, after the Jets went, it's like it was a foregone conclusion the Colts were going to
two
take
quarterbacks, McCarthy and Nix. Yeah, right.
So mad at the Raiders, but the more I got to think about it later on last night, and I was kind of stewing about it, like they need so much. They need somebody that can block. They get that with Brock Bowers. They get somebody that can occasionally run it out of the backfield because they don't have a solid running game. Bowers can even do that. They need a decent slot receiver now because they've lost some help there. Bowers can do that. So Bowers now essentially becomes kind of a utility guy, and Michael Mayer can still play a whole lot of traditional tight end sets. So
yeah,
it actually kind of makes sense after I thought about it more, but it still pisses me off.
I hear you, man. I'm a huge fan of the tight end position. I like the idea of a physical football team. And I love the idea of having two tight ends who could legitimately block and legitimately be a threat
Right.
to like go out and either be like Bowers, who's like a real like yak guy. This dude's a monster. But even Michael Mayer, who's last year deservedly so, tight end number 1 in that draft class, first round pick, deservedly so, can pretty much do the same to a lesser extent, but still he's savvy enough to go out there and get that. Like, say it's like 3rd and 8, the guy can go out and get that first down. Like he always knows where the first down marker is, and he's physical enough to get it if you need to. So I love the idea of like two talented tight ends. That's just me. If I'm building a team, I love it. Like, and I know most people wouldn't do that today, but I love the idea of like having two really talented tight ends like that. And that's out of the box thinking. We'll see how it turns out, but
what that also tells me, if you're going to do that, if you're going to have the two talented tight ends set a lot, then you're going to have a talented running back. So I feel like the Raiders are going to be drafting a running back soon.
George Reed's Miami Dolphins. Oh, by the way, so the Browns took defensive tackle Michael Hall Jr. out of Ohio State. Nice pick, really good sleeper. Kind of like I would say consider like no one talks about the guy. It's kind of like a boring pick. Very fair value in the 2nd round. He's a monster on the interior defensive line out of Ohio State. Michael Hall, nice pick. Browns, he's doing very, very well. Dolphins pick is in. George Reed is biting his nails right now.
Hey man, I need to get off here. I got to do the production stuff for the Friendly Fire show that's going to be airing in the morning. So I want to make sure I've got it all set and ready to go. So
can you do me one? Can you give me 3 minutes?
Yeah.
I have to just have a cigarette, and you can announce George's pick for George.
There you go.
So you can announce George's pick. I can have a cigarette, and I can take a leak.
There you go. All right, take your time, man.
All right, thank you. I'll be right back.
All right, so I'll just pick up where I left off earlier. So let's see. T'Vondre Sweat went to the Titans. He's defensive tackle out of Texas. They definitely need some defensive run support there. The Rams losing Aaron Donald needed a defensive tackle as well. They went to Florida State to get theirs. Braden Fisk. We already talked about Cooper DeJean surprisingly falling into the 2nd round. He goes 8th in the 2nd round to the Eagles. So unfortunately, he now has to play for head coach Sirianni. Poor guy. Let's see. Kool-Aid McKinstry. I wanted him to go to the Lions at the tail end of the 1st round. He ends up falling all the way to 9 in the 2nd round here out of Alabama, going to the Saints. Kamari Lassiter, cornerback. So we had 3 cornerbacks in a row, 4 in a row, because after Lassiter went to the Texans, we had Max Melton from Rutgers go to the Cardinals. Cardinals are having a pretty good little draft here, I think. Raiders, another incredible pick here with the 12th pick in the 1st round, going Jackson Powers Johnson. I really think they're trying to shore up that run game. All they're missing is a good running back. So we're going to see that happen really soon. That seems more and more likely for me from the looks of things, which is good because they don't have their actual franchise quarterback yet. So build the team around him a little bit, and maybe you can go for that quarterback next year. Edgerrin Cooper, linebacker out of Texas A&M. Packers. Let's see. Carolina Panthers took Jonathan Brooks. We talked about that. So we're caught up from when I joined on anyway. And the Dolphins pick that Joe was talking about before he left, Patrick Paul, offensive tackle out of Houston. So we'll definitely try to get George's reaction from that one as soon as we can to let you know how he feels about that. But this pick right here is the one that's probably been the most intriguing to me for some time now. The Cowboys pick, second round, 24th pick in the second round, 56 overall. It's got to be the running back. It has to be the running back. A lot of people were speculating that they thought the Cowboys would try to take a running back in the first round. Obviously, I was a little high since running backs aren't as valued anymore, but they need a running back. So this is probably about that good value to get that next best running back off of the list, whoever that may be, because, I mean, even that has, differencing opinion from person to person. So, it'll be interesting to see here. Let's see. Marshawn Lloyd. I thought there was another good one up there higher that I missed, but I need to filter this by position, but it doesn't look like they're letting me on this site. You all know I'm not really much of a college guy, so memorizing the names are very difficult for me. But yeah, maybe Marshawn Lloyd is the next best one. Was there another running back that I'm missing was drafted here in the second round? I knew about Jonathan Brooks to the Panthers. Oh, guess not. Let's see. All right, so let's talk what I know. So I know the Colts went with an edge. I know that the Colts went with a wide receiver. Colts could use some offensive line help. I know they got a lot better last year, but with Anthony Richardson being who he is, we really need to get some offensive line protection. I kind of like to see these later rounds go, maybe linebacker and offensive line, maybe some DB help for the Colts. Where are we at with this next pick? The next pick up is after the Cowboys, we're going to have the Buccaneers. So I'm sure our man Jason's glued to the television set, and then our boy Nate gets his pick right after that for the Packers, assuming there's no trades, of course. Patrick Paul. Actually, you know what? I got that one right in one of our drafts. Oh, no. I had Patrick Paul going to the Texans 1, 2, 3, 4 picks later at the 227. So he went just 4 picks earlier than I had in our last community mock. I was kind of liking the story there since they let Tank Dell go from the University of Houston to stay in Houston to play. I thought maybe they could do the same for Patrick Paul, but and they probably would have. They could use some more offensive line help as well. I wouldn't be surprised.
Patrick Paul was a great pick by the Dolphins. I love it.
And Joe's back. I was just saying I wouldn't be surprised to see the Texans take an offensive lineman here coming up in 4 picks as well. But the Cowboys are up. The pick is in for the Cowboys. I'm just waiting to see who it is. Maybe you have that on your site. I don't know.
No, I'm just watching. I've got all I have is ESPN. I just have the live draft up right now. Jerry Jones is clapping hands. Cowboys pick is in. Okay, so Patrick Paul out of Houston.
Houston.
Yeah, no, good pick. Really good, solid second round pick, dude. He might need a little time, but this guy's got this really high ceiling. I love him. George Reed, Dolphins fan, our in-house Dolphins fan. If you're listening, congratulations. Enjoy Patrick Paul. We have 72 viewers right now, Justin.
Nice. You're doing great work, man. I'm gonna listen to who you say the Cowboys got, and then I'm gonna take off.
Could be Trey Benson, man. He's out there. That's who Coach
Trey
wanted.
Benson. That's the guy I was trying to think of while you were on break there. I couldn't think of his name. I knew there was another one.
It could be. I think it's gonna be Trey Benson or a linebacker. They love their linebackers. They do a good job of stacking up on linebackers. The Cowboys.
Yeah, man. So if they do go linebacker, do they go running back in the next round at least?
Junior Colson could be. Listen, there's a lot of good running backs that that should be flying off the board like third, fourth, fifth round. I love Trey Benson. He's my RB1 in this class, but Cowboys are definitely not shy on using a high draft capital like this on a running back. And Trey Benson's a 3-down. He's a 3-down back all the way. But in terms of linebackers, you got some studs out there who are worthy of going right now. Junior Colson out of Michigan, Peyton Wilson out of North Carolina State, who may be my favorite actually, and Cedric Gray out of UNC. Those are the second round worthy linebackers. We'll see what the Cowboys do. They could even double down at offensive line if they want to. Their offensive lines, if there's anyone available. Blake Fisher, and I see Blake Fisher here listed by ESPN as like the 9th ranked, best ranked player. I don't see it that way. I think he's more of like a 4th round pick, to be honest with you. Roger Rosegarten, tackle.
You can tell that popularity wise, the Cowboys are still a popular team because it seems like they always take their time announcing this pick, knowing that people are going to be glued to their TVs.
They do have the largest fan base.
Announce that pick.
But I'm looking forward to the Fun Day draft tomorrow night, man.
Yeah, it's going to be good times.
Good times.
Yeah, I have my list ready to go.
I have my list in my head. I have to get it down on paper. And I have to Google, of course, as well.
Looking at my list, remember the Titans is actually 12th on my list, so I'm not taking them in the first round.
Really?
Yeah, and that's shocking to me. I love Remember the Titans. I'm not taking them in the first round. So if they're still there when I'm there, you're going to get them.
There's a lot of great sports movies, and I'm sure when we're done with the first round, it's all going to make sense. Like there's not. It's more of like a case of like 1A, 1B, 1C, 1D, 1E. Right. It's and everyone's ranking, stacking in that order could be a little different, and it'll be understandably so.
Yeah, that's what I
don't think there's going to be any outliers.
It's not like the last one where there were obviously bad picks and George still won.
They took my guy, Marshawn Kneeland, edge out of Western Michigan.
Okay.
That's a nice pick, dude.
They are continuing to punt the running back position.
You can afford to. It's not. That's a good pick. This dude he's a real 4-3 defensive end, and that's what they run, a 4-3 defense. This guy's got some. He's at least like 6'3", 285 pounds. He's a monster. I love it. This is like some guy that I really wanted the Giants to take over Tyler. I'm not trashing on Tyler Nubin, but I had my eye on Marshawn Kneeland. I love this pick. Damn. Coach, congratulations on Marshawn Kneeland.
Don't you hate it when your guys go to a division rival?
The Eagles are killing me, man. The Eagles are killing me with their secondary picks this draft. Cowboys just got kind of the guy I kind of wanted in the second round of Marshawn Kneeland. Damn.
So thanks to trades, the Cowboys do have 2 draft picks in the third round. So they've got their 24th in the third round, but then they also have the 9th in the third round. So definitely wouldn't be surprised to see them finally take their running back at that point.
They will.
And running backs being what they are, could still be Trey Benson.
Absolutely, could still be. This is a great pick, man. I love this pick, dude.
All right, man. Seriously, I got to get off here this time. I need to get this taken
cool.
care of. But appreciate you letting me jump in. I know this is usually a solo show, and I haven't.
No, not at all.
In the past,
I want anyone who wants to join.
I usually watch on the phone. That one year, I watched the entire show while I was working, while I was driving.
I remember.
And you kept telling me to be careful, but you always do phenomenal work, man. This is one of my favorite shows every year, so I appreciate your hard work.
Nah, thanks, man. Thanks for coming on, and I'll see you tomorrow night. Take care, Justin.
Absolutely.
Good luck the rest of the way.
Yes, sir.
Take care, buddy. All right, that was Justin Stevens, our in-house Indianapolis Colts fan. We've got Giants fan in-house, me, also Oscar Duarte as well. We got Justin Stevens, the Colts. We got a slew of Cowboys fans. Coach, obviously. We've got Will, who's another Cowboys fan as well. We probably have like 2 others. I know we got Dynasty Dog Mike, who I think is an Eagles fan. We got George Reed, who is a Dolphins fan. We have Jason, who's a Buccaneers fan, and we have Frito Bandito, who's a Raiders fan. We got Nate, who's a Packers fan. We got Will, who's a Packers fan. I think we got someone else who's a Cowboys fan. We got so many Cowboys fans that are coming out of my ears, so I can't even keep track of them all. But anyway, guys, what a great second round so far. I really wanted Marshawn. I knew for my New York Giants. Listen, I'm a Giants fan. I'm gonna gotta drink, drinking, drown my sorrows in my beer a little bit over here. But I love Tyler Newman. Don't get me wrong. But I knew we were never gonna get one of the cornerbacks, which is fine, like Cooper DeJean and Kool Aid McKinstry. I would have loved those guys. But Marshawn Nealon was kind of the guy I wanted for the Giants. Listen, we got Kayvon Thibodeau, and we just traded for Brandon, Burns, who I love. I love Brian Burns. Yeah, and you always have listen, but I really wanted to stack. I wanted to start stacking that edge. And Marshawn Nealon is a better fit for the Cowboys because I think he's more of a 4-3 defensive end. I think he's a little too big to be like an outside linebacker slash edge. He is really more of a traditional 4-3 defensive end. So I do think it's a better fit for the Cowboys. I kind of want my Giants to pivot back to being a 4-3 defense instead of 3-4. Giants haven't had success in really anything, but the 3-4 transitioning to the 3-4 defense has really been. They haven't done it in 6 years. That they made the switch in 2018, I guess it was, and they haven't really transitioned too well. I'd rather see them go back to a 4-3 defense. But Marshawn Nealon, edge or defensive end out of Western Michigan, perfect pick. The Cowboys. As a matter of fact, you know what? I'm gonna text Coach right now and let him know how highly I think of that Coach. Text message. And this is going to be from all 73 of us. It's me and the 72 viewers right now. Coach Chefs. Let's see. Dear Coach, comma, the 72 viewers and I say congratulations, say congrats on D.E. Marshawn Nealon. I just texted him. That's for me and all 72 viewers. Dear Coach, the 72 viewers and I say congrats on D.E. Marshawn Nealon. Coach is getting a little bit of a procedure, a little bit of an operation today. No big deal. Everything's good, but he's getting a little procedure done, a little cleanup work. And so I wanted to send him that text. And I'm going to respond to this email from someone. Give me 1 second. Thanks, Arlene. This is work related. Boom. There we go. All taken care of. Make sure my work emails are taken care of. Okay. Anyway, we have a comment. Someone's comment. Oh, Buccaneers to Chris Braswell. All right. All right. That's pick number 57. Oh, Jason, right now, my in-house buddy here who's at Toils and Titles, who's a Buccaneers fan, just got Chris Braswell, edge out of Alabama. Nice pick. Buccaneers. 2 C's and 2 E's, right, everybody? 2 C's and 2 E's for Buccaneers. All right. Edge, Chris Braswell. I'm not the biggest Braswell fan, I'll be honest with you, but I'll say middle second round, great value. If my Giants had taken him middle of the second round, I would have been cool with it. He's got very high ceiling. I'm just not crazy about his floor, but I think he's got a really high ceiling, and he could wind up being a monster for the Buccaneers. So I do think it's a fair value pick. I like it. Totally cool. Let's check out the comment over here. Rich Gonzalez, our in-house Raiders fan, is saying Raiders are killing it. Rich, I agree with you. I love the dual tight end. I'm a huge fan of tight end. Rich Gonzalez is a Raiders fan who's got Mayer from last year, and they got Brock Bowers this year. I love it. I love the tight end position. I love when you got two killer tight ends. I love it. Rich, absolutely loving the Raiders draft class. Absolutely loving it. All right, so let me go back to Banner over here. Packers. Oh, the Packers took Javon Bullard, safety out of Georgia. Nice pick. Nice pick. Totally nice pick. All right, let's update this. Man, second round's going pretty quick. I can't even keep up with this. 58. So our in-house Packers fans, Nate and Will, are probably very excited about this. Javon Bullard, safety out of Georgia. Very, very nice. Packers safety, Javon Bullard. Nice, nice. That was pick 58. Now pick 59. Man, I can't even keep up with these damn picks. I'm not complaining. I'm glad that the second round's flying off the board. We're almost done with the second round. All right. Texans. Let's see who we got over here. Blake Fisher. Nice. Blake Fisher. I don't think he's a second round pick. I like Blake Fisher out of Notre Dame. First of all, Notre Dame is kind of like to offensive linemen, like LSU is to wide receivers. You can always count, or Iowa is tight ends. You can always count on good offensive linemen coming out of the Notre Dame program. Just like you can always count on high end wide receivers coming out of LSU, and high end tight ends coming out of Iowa. Notre Dame, along with some other programs, but I love Notre Dame and Penn State, some others as well. But Notre Dame is a really good offensive line factory. Um, I think Blake Fisher is more of a third round talent, but I'm totally cool with this too. They probably want him to play right tackle. Yeah, I'm watching on ESPN. I'm watching the highlights, and he's playing right tackle. Nice pick because a lot of these tackles in this draft class are left tackles, and people automatically assume that, oh, well, if you play left tackle, you can switch to right tackle. Well, look at my Giants and Evan Neal. That hasn't worked out so well. It doesn't always work out that way. Evan Neal, regardless, it take Evan Neal out of the equation. It doesn't always work out that way, and tackles don't always necessarily transition to guard. Um, but here you have a guy who played right tackle in college. Bill's pick is in. Man, I can't keep up with this. Blake Fisher. All right, dude, I can't even. What is going on? This is so crazy. 60. Bills are up. Malachi Corley would be a really damn good pick for the Bills right now because they need to rebuild that wide receiving core. They got Coleman in the very first pick of the second round, and Malachi Corley would be a fantastic pick for the Bills. You need to take care of Josh Allen. You need to take care of Josh Allen. You need to get this guy more than just one stud wide receiver when they had Stephon Diggs. And unfortunately, Gabe Davis never really panned out as a consistent, number two wide receiver. It looked like he would after that monster playoff series that he had a few years ago when he scored like 4 touchdowns in that historic loss against the Chiefs in the playoffs. It looked like Gabe Davis was going to be the man, right? And it didn't work out that way. But hey, that happens. That happens. That happens. So, but you know what? You need to take care of Josh Allen and just yeah, you need to protect him, but you need to get this dude some weapons. Keon Coleman in the first pick of the first round was totally cool. I had him pegged all along for Buffalo. I love that pick for the Bills. I love Keon Coleman, but right now Malachi Corley as a slot receiver would be awesome for them. Really, really good. Give Josh Allen help, or you know what? Maybe get him Trey Benson. Get him a real running back. Buffalo needs a real running game. Whether they go for a real running back at Trey Benson, who's a three down running back, or they get a good offensive line with some, you know, with like a trio, like a hydra of running backs to run behind a stud offensive line. That's even better. Even better. A good running game really requires a good offensive line. So if they want to go that route, that's cool. But they need to give him help with, yes, more than one wide receiver, but also a real running back or a real running back committee. Not these, Devin Singletaries who's now on the Giants, like crappy running backs like that, or just like, complimentary running backs. Singletary's not crap, but they've been for a long time. They've had either crappy RB1s or complimentary guys. You can't do that. Get a bell cow, get a friggin' bell cow, or get like three hard runners behind a good offensive line for the Bills. You got to help Josh Allen out. Just because he's awesome doesn't mean just he and Diggs. I don't think Diggs is on the team anymore, but like it can't be just him and one wide receiver for God's sake on offense. All right. Let's see what's going on here. So we're getting close to the end. So this is pick 60. Pick number 64 will be the end of the second round. We're going to the end of the third round. Joe Knows doesn't quit. I'm not a quitter. No one will ever call Joe a quitter. So I'm not quitting before the final pick of the third round is in. That's right. It's you and me this Friday night. All right, Mel's best wide receivers. Ooh, Roman Wilson. Ooh, I might take Roman Wilson over Malachi Corley, but be happy with either one. Get a wide receiver. Get a wide receiver. Give Josh Allen some help. For, for God's sake, man. Give that man some help. Let's do it. Bills fan, Giants fan for Bills. Oh, okay. They got Cole Bishop. What am I? Ooh, I actually would have taken Cole Bishop over Tyler Nubin for my New York Giants. I actually would have taken Cole Bishop over Tyler Nubin. Cole Bishop is maybe my favorite safety in this draft. I think I would have taken over Tyler Nubin. The Buffalo Bills have taken with pick number 60 Cole Bishop, safety out of Utah. I love Cole Bishop. All right, you didn't get a wide receiver to help out Keon Coleman and Josh Allen, but Bills Cole Bishop out of Utah, safety is a stud. Love it. All right, let's update the ticker. Everybody, help me update the ticker over here. There we go. Okay, safety. Oh, nice pick. Nice pick. I love it. Love it. I'm going to text Nate, who is one of my personal friends. He's a Bills fan. I'm going to say, dude, I'm going to say, love your second round. He's a Bills fan. I do. Keon Coleman and Cole Bishop, love it. Say love, not live. I accidentally typed live. Love, not live. All right, so the Lions selection is in. Man, it's flying. Let's make it go even faster, guys. All right. Man, I went through this margarita, this pre-made margarita. This is so damn good. Went through that already. Margarita was delicious. Margaritas are perfect on a Friday night or a Saturday night, preferably with Mexican food. I don't have the Mexican food, but the margarita is a lot of fun. Anyway, I'm on to the Stella. Hashtag not a sponsor. Just saying. All right, Lions. Bam, they're loading up on the secondary, baby. Nice pick. Enos Rakestraw out of Missouri, cornerback. Nice, nice. Very, very nice. Man, never be afraid to double down at any position, and especially a position like cornerback. And the Lions have done that in this draft. Really, really, really nice. Love it. All right, pick number 61. Lions. Boom. And that is Lions. I'm sorry, not Enos. I think it's Ennis. I think it's pronounced Ennis because it's two N's. CB Ennis Rake Straw Jr. Pretty cool last name, Rake Straw. Rake Straw. Ennis Rake Straw. I assume it's Ennis because it's two N's. Ennis. Ennis Rake Straw out of Missouri. Missouri's got some pretty good defensive players in this draft. Got some dogs on the defensive side of the ball, and Rakestraw is one of them. I like it a lot. I really do. Cool. Mizzou, baby, Mizzou. The old yellow and black. All right, Ravens pick is in. Ravens always hit home runs with all their picks, and even when you think they don't, they develop those guys into being something studly. So the Ravens pick is in. Pick number 62. Okay, here we go. All right, 73 viewers. All of you, I love you. Thank you so much for joining me. I really appreciate it. Thank you for joining the best smelling man on Friday night. I used my special body wash. Took a second shower of the day to get all spruced up for the day 2 of the NFL draft. Smell really good, my new body wash. It's awesome. I love it. Forgot what it's called. I don't remember, but it smells really good. All right, Baltimore Ravens. I'll tell you, if I weren't a Giants fan, if I didn't grow up as a Giants fan, I'd probably be a Ravens fan because I love the physicality of this team and I love how this team drafts all the time. They're always drafting on the defensive side of the ball or like the offensive line, it seems like, and then they let the other pieces fall into place. Like wide receiver, running back, like they always have their quarterbacks. Whether it's Flacco or Lamar Jackson, they always have a good quarterback. All right, they got Roger Rosengarten. Nice pick. Roger Rosengarten, offensive tackle out of Washington. Really nice pick. Well deserving of going in the second round. This is such an offensive line deep class, along with QB and wide receiver, that Rosengarten is easy to not know of or pay attention to. In most draft classes, Roger Rosengarten, I'd still say he'd be like a second round pick, but like an early second round pick. Totally worthy of going in anywhere in the second round, anywhere. And he's going in the back end of the second round, and I love the pick. Rosengarten is a right tackle. The Giants could use right tackle. Oh man, he's a right tackle. Oh man, yeah, good pick. Hey, Ravens, I got a good one of my best buddies. My best buddy here in town, in my town, my best buddy Doug is a big time Ravens fan, and I got to wish him a congratulations. But anyway, the Ravens, like both Coach and I have said that if Coach didn't grow up as a Cowboys fan, and if I didn't grow up as a Giants fan, we'd probably both be Ravens fans because we love the physicality on this team. We really that organization. We do. We really, really do. Okay, so pick 62, Ravens. It's not easy keeping up this ticker. Let me tell you something. Ravens, offensive tackle. What the hell's his name again? I'm brain party right now. Washington State. Let's see. Let's do Browns. Sorry, guys. I'm like, a full bottle of margarita and a few beers in right now. So the brain's not firing on all synapses. Roger Rosengarten. That's it, Roger. Damn. Nice pick, Ravens. Nice pick. Okay, Chiefs pick is in. Let's see. The Chiefs took Xavier Worthy in the first round, and it's so funny because everyone's saying, "Oh, the Chiefs have to take a wide receiver in the first round and before this draft." I'm thinking they just won two Super Bowls in a row with crap at wide receiver. And you're telling me they have to take a wide receiver in the first round? No, they don't. But they took Xavier Worthy, who I actually think is better than AD Mitchell, who everyone was higher than AD Mitchell. I think Xavier Worthy was the more polished wide receiver with a lot of speed. I would have taken Xavier Worthy too, but people are saying Chiefs have to get a wide receiver, and they did take a wide receiver in the back end of the first round. But I'm thinking you just won back-to-back Super Bowls without with absolute crap at wide receiver, and everyone's saying they have to take a wide receiver. Like hell, they do. No, they don't. All right, they just took Kingsley Smoatia, really good offensive tackle of BYU. Congratulations. This is what good teams do. Listen, I know they took a wide receiver in the end of the first round. Nothing wrong with that at all. But you look at the Chiefs, and have people really noticed how good their defense has become over the past few years? Ever since they lost in the Super Bowl to the Buccaneers, they've rebuilt their offensive line and they've really added a lot over the past few years to their defense, especially through the draft. And they've drafted very, very well. Um, Now they're adding to their offensive line, which I'm always a huge fan of, because I think that's where it starts. You get your quarterback, and if you can get your offensive line, everything else falls into place. Whether it's wide receivers, especially when you have a quarterback like Mahomes, he's going to make any wide receiver look good, and your running game is going to fall into place. So quarterback, offensive line, and they've been building up the defense from my man Steve Spagnuolo, our defensive coordinator from 2007 when we upset the Patriots in Super Bowl 42. They were looking to go 19-0, and we upset him, and Spagnuolo was our defensive coordinator. And you want to get that man talent because he knows what to do with it on the defensive side of the ball. So I've been a huge fan of what the Chiefs have done for the past few years, where they've been quietly really building kind of like outside of their quarterback and tight end. They've really building like, kind of building into like a defensive centric team. It sounds crazy. It sounds crazy. I'm not saying they're defensive centric. They're kind of growing that way. With all the quality draft picks on the defensive side of the ball the Chiefs have had the past few years. But it sounds crazy because you have Mahomes, and you've got Kelsey. But I'll tell you, listen. I was born in '71. I grew up in the 1980s, so I'll be 53 in July actually. I grew up watching the 49ers be phenomenal during the Montana era, and people rightfully, understandably so, see the 49ers in the 80s as kind of like an offensive team because you had Joe Montana, Jerry Rice, Roger Craig, Dwight Clark. You had the West Coast offense. It's understandable, completely understandable. They revamped, the idea, the thinking behind offensive, what you can do with an offense, with the West Coast offense. I get it. But I think a lot of people don't realize outside of being a 49ers fan, maybe who grew up in the 80s, or a Giants fan like myself who went up head to head a lot of times with the 49ers in the 1980s and the early 1990s, that the 49ers actually had a really good defense, and their defense throughout the 80s got progressively better. And even though you had Montana, even though you had Jerry Rice, best wide receiver in history, you had Roger Craig, you had Dwight Clark up until a certain point, like in the mid 80s. Um, Even though you had those great offensive players, the 49ers defense got progressively better and better and better as time went on. And they were really talented and really hard nosed. And I think a lot of people, maybe outside of the 49ers fan base, don't realize that or remember that. But I remember it because they were an excellent defense. And I kind of see that with the Chiefs, where I really appreciate what Andy Reid's been doing over the past few years, where they've been adding a lot of good young talent and with really good smart draft picks over the past few years to the defense. They haven't done that this year. And that's totally cool. You're not going to do that every year. They took Xavier Worthy at the back end of the first round, and understandably so. He's a talented wide receiver, super fast, and I think more polished than people realize, and definitely more polished than AD Mitchell, who went to the Colts in the second round. Um, and they just took an offensive lineman, And I think it's a great draft class for them. Don't get me wrong. But I'm just pointing out that start paying attention to the Chiefs defense. Okay, guys? They've been really, really good for like the past 2 years, and especially this past season. They've been really, really good. And they've got a great defensive coordinator in Spagnuolo, who that's what you want. Like it doesn't look like Spagnuolo's not going anywhere. As a head, he's not going to get any head coaching opportunities. He had his kind of like his one shot with the Rams like 10 years ago, 12 years ago, and it's over. Now he can just focus on being a great defensive mind, and the Chiefs have him, and that's just kind of what you want. Spagnuolo is not going to be getting any more head coaching opportunities, and and he gets to be the DC for a team led by Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid. How awesome is that life? How awesome is that? All right. Did I miss anything over here? Okay, that's right. So I'm talking about the Chiefs. I can't talk enough about them. And it's not just Mahomes, but that front office has just done such a great job. Hats off to you, Kansas City Chiefs. I really do appreciate you and Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. I really, really do. Chiefs, and they took Kingsley Suwama Tia. There's a lot of A's. Kingsley Suwamatia. All right, 49ers pick is in. My man, Mr. Irrelevant, aka Ephraim Geller. He's a huge 49ers fan. They got Ricky Pearsall at the end of the first round. I love Ricky Pearsall. If my New York Giants were going to double up on wide receiver, I would have loved Ricky Pearsall in the second round. I actually thought he was late first round value, and sure enough, 49ers, who are a great front office, agreed with me, with your boy Joe Knows, and they took Ricky Pearsall at the end of the first round. Oh, Renardo Green, cornerback out of Florida State. Okay, you know what? I have to admit, this is a pick I really can't talk to. I did not do any profile work on Renardo Green this offseason, uh, from anywhere from September until yesterday. I didn't read up on Renardo Green at all. Interesting. Now I'm intrigued. 5'11", 7/8, 186 pounds. If he's picked by the 49ers for the defense, you have to assume they know what they're doing because the 49ers front office knows what they're doing. All right. Damn. I got to check in with Ephraim, Mr. Irrelevant, and see how he feels about this pick. Because I have no feelings on it whatsoever. He could be awesome. I really don't know. This is one of those players who the first 3 rounds are so damn deep on talent that I have to admit he got lost in the shuffle for me. I'm only human, people, and I'm going 53. I'm going to be 53 in July, so give me a little break over here. Don't be too harsh on old Joe Knows. This is the last pick in the second round. All right, so they got 49ers. They got CB. Who do they take again? Man, these players are flying. Renardo Green. Damn, they're flying off. Guys, I got to take a little bit of a. All right, so that's second round. Renardo Green. CB. It won't even fit anymore. All right, it won't even fit. You know what? I'm going to just delete all this because we're starting the third round anyway. Screw it. Boom. Was there a trade here? What happened over here? All right, so Jets are up, and that's pick 65. Jets. They could use Malachi Corley. They could use a slot. Ooh, that'd be interesting. That'd be super interesting. Get Aaron Rodgers another because they don't really need help. They don't really need help on the defensive side of the ball. It's always good to stack players on the defensive side of the ball. Don't get me wrong, but they could use a slot guy to go along with Garrett Wilson. Malachi Corley would be a nice pick. Get Aaron Rodgers another weapon. Let's see. Guys, I do after the Jets pick, I'm gonna stroll out for a cigarette break. I am rolling solo here. I am rolling solo. Your host. We have 76 viewers in here. This is so awesome. Thank you so much, everybody. You're making me feel so good. 76 viewers. Pick is in for the Jets. Let me see. Best available picks. Guys, can you see this? Okay, you can. Okay. Let's update this. Let's go to best available. The New York Jets. I'm a Giants fan. My dad's a Jets fan. He's gonna be 77 in July. He hasn't seen a Super Bowl victory since '69, since he was like 25 years old. Um, I want to see my New York Giants win as many Super Bowls as possible, but I have to admit, I'd like to see my dad's turn in 70. He's gonna be 70. He's gonna be 77 in July. Longtime Jets fan. I would like to see the Jets win a Super Bowl for my dad. He's turning 77 in July. And Coach's dad, my uncle, John. So Coach, his name is John. His dad is John, and that's my uncle. He's a Jets fan as well. So you know what? It would be cool. I could get behind. I could get behind the Jets Super Bowl victory. I can do that. I just don't want to hear any, crap from Jets fans like we run New York City, blah blah blah. I don't want to hear crap like that. That's like a Mets fan. I'm a Mets fan. It's like a Mets fan talking crap about the Yankees or whatever. Mets will never run New York City. Neither will the Jets. But you don't have to. Just love your team. It's okay. It's okay. I'm actually a Giants and a Mets fan, which is unusual. Usually, traditionally, it's Giants and Yankees and Jets and Mets. But I like to mix things up. I like to go crazy. But for my dad and my uncle, aka Coach's dad, I would not mind seeing the Jets finally win a Super Bowl for the first time since '69. And I do love Joe Namath. Let's get the Jets Malachi Corley, but I wouldn't be surprised if they go defense here. Let's see, best available. Let's see what we got. Junior, they got some linebackers, really good ones. TJ Tampa is also a cornerback. Cedric Gray, Peyton Wilson. I love those guys. Malachi Corley. Thank you. I called it Malachi Corley. That was the pick I would have made for the Jets, and I thought that's who they're taking. Nice pick. Nice pick. Nice. All right, guys, I'm taking a smoke break. Enjoy Malachi Corley. This dude's gonna be fun. All right, I'm taking a little break, guys. I'll be right back. I'm taking a smoke break. Just give me a few minutes. I had a comment over here as well. I forgot to check it out. Mark Simon. Mark, if you're still there, what's up, buddy? I'm sorry, Mark. I've been trying to keep track of all the picks and everything. These picks are flying off the board. You checked in a long time ago, Mark, at 9:16, like almost 20 minutes ago. Mark, I hope you're still there. I forgot to check your comment. Trying to keep track of all the picks, and our Cardinals pick is in. I'm glad the picks are flowing in, but it's hard for me to keep track. I'm not good at multitasking. My wife makes sure she always makes sure that I understand clearly that I'm not good at multitasking. But I tell her, sweetie, hey, I'm XY chromosome. I'm not built to be a multitasker. I'm built to focus. I'm built to focus. I'm an XY chromosome. Let's see. I'm built not to worry about crap, and I'm built to focus on one thing at a time, like the NFL draft, baby cakes. Let's go. All right. All right. Cardinals pick is in. All right. I'm taking a smoke break. I deserve it. I'll be right back, guys. Hang on 1 second. Let me put up a banner that says temporary smoke break so people know if they check in. Be back in 5. Temporary smoke cigarette break. Oh, Coach, I'm so sorry. The Cardinals got your Trey Benson. There are plenty. Coach wanted Trey Benson for the Cowboys. I'm not surprised he's gone before Benson reached the Cowboys in the third round. But coach, there are plenty of good running backs out there who I'm very, very high on. But Trey Benson, I agree with Coach. Both Coach and I thought that Trey Benson was RB1 in this class. Love Trey Benson. Dude, Cardinals are having a very nice draft class, by the way. Just saying. All right, I'm having a cigarette break. I'll be right back, guys. All right, what did I miss, everybody? Let's see what's going on over here. Okay, so thank you. I'm sorry, I apologize. I'm one man show tonight, and I am human, so I do have to, like most humans or some humans, I do have to take a cigarette break once in a while. I am a smoker, which is stupid, but I am a smoker. Also, I have to, use the facilities once in a while, and I had to re up on the beer. So, all right, let's move on over here. Let's see what we got over here. Draft results. What did I miss? What did I miss? All right, so I'm not going to do the ticker the way I've been doing it. Okay, so Brandon Coleman, uh, guard, TCU, went to Washington. Okay, I think that's the first pick I got to say where I'm kind of like, to be honest with you. Get rid of this. All right, I'm not going to do the ticker where I'm doing. I'm just going to do it where it's going to be a running ticker to scrolling. I'm not going to do that. So that was pick what number 67. I'll just do it this way. 67. Was it pick 67? 67 Commanders. And that's the first pick where I'm kind of like, Brandon Coleman. Yeah, yeah. Commanders fans, you've had a great draft. Don't get me wrong, but that's the first pick I gotta say where I'm like, mm. Coach is not happy that Trey Benson's gone. He said, "F you, Cardinals." But I told him, I said, I'd rather have Marshawn Nealand edge out of Western Michigan than I'd rather have Nealand over Trey Benson. He disagreed with me, but listen, this is America. We are allowed to disagree. Patriots pick is in. Let's see who they take. It's amazing, man. The Patriots, Bill Belichick, no longer there as the everything, as the head coach, the general manager, the soul of the organization. That's crazy. It's kind of like Belichick not being there. I gotta imagine that's got to feel kind of like when the Steelers in the Chuck Noll era. Chuck Noll started with the Steelers, I think in '69, maybe '70. I think '69, and he was there until like the late '80s. I believe it was late '80s. So he was there for like 20 years. Same thing with Belichick. And talk about the end of an era. I realize, when Brady left the Patriots, that's the end of an era. It's kind of like the ending of the Montana era times two, because Brady was at the Patriots even longer, much longer than Montana was with the 49ers. But Belichick, man, Belichick. It was weird to see him. I saw him as a commentator. I forgot on ESPN. I wasn't really watching it. It was more like a clip that I saw today. But he was like on a panel of four, along with a host, Belichick, and to not see him as a head coach or any type of coach right now is amazing. All right, Caden Wallace, offensive tackle out of Penn State. Patriots, there's another pick. I'm starting these third round picks outside of Trey Benson. I'm kind of like, on. Um, let's change this. Okay, so that's pick 68. Patriots. Patriots. Offensive tackle. I'll just say to each their own. No negative commentary. All right. I don't think downtown Nino Brown is appreciating that one too much, to be honest with you right now. Let's just say that. All right. Caden Wallace. Chargers pick is in. All right, we're flowing. All right, who's available over here? Let me take this up over here. Let's refresh this. Let's go to best available. What am I Giants? My Giants are picking after the Chargers. All right. Junior Colson. I don't think that. Oh man, TJ Tampa is still out there. All right. Um, don't go running back yet, Giants. We do need a running back, but don't go. Christian Haynes. guard out of UConn. Ooh, if the Chargers don't take Haynes, because I know Harbaugh is a huge believer in offensive line, and I appreciate that. If they don't take Haynes, I would not mind Haynes, Christian Haynes, for my Giants at or Cooper Beebe out of Kansas State. But I'd love Christian Haynes or one of the linebackers. I'd like to actually start stacking linebackers for the first time since the friggin' 1980s for my New York Giants with a 3-4 defense. 3-4 defense, it would be nice to stack some linebackers. I love our two of our linebackers right now. All right, they took Junior Colson. All right, all right, all right. We can get offensive line. And I did not want, as a Giants fan, I did not want offensive line in the first or second round of this class because until this front office can prove that it can actually coach up the offensive line talent it's drafted over the previous 2 years, I would never allow them to have another first or second round pick on the offensive line. Never. Show me you can coach up Evan Neal and John Michael Schmitz and Izudu, who they took in the third round a few years ago, and even the dude they took out of UNC in the fifth or sixth round 2 years ago. I'm brain farting on his name right now. Show me you can coach these guys up because they've only regressed since they've joined my beloved New York Giants, and it's disgusting. I will never allow them an offensive line pick in the first or second round. But at this round, dude, Christian Haynes, go for it. UConn, this dude's a stud. Please. If they want to go linebacker, I'm cool with that too, but it better be one or TJ Tampa, cornerback out of Iowa. But I gotta say, at this point, even though I don't trust my New York Giants coaching staff to coach up offensive linemen, I gotta say I would go Christian Haynes. I love Christian Haynes right now. Love, 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 love. All right, so who do we got over here? So rounds. Junior Colson, nice pick by the way. I love Junior Colson. Yeah, Michigan. That was for the Chargers. Okay, Chargers. Giants pick is in. All right. Pick 69, Chargers, Junior Colson. That's a cool pick. It's a cool pick. I like. I like I actually like for linebackers. I actually like I like Junior Colson a lot, but I actually prefer I'm brain farting. Hang on a second. I actually prefer two others over Junior Colson. I prefer Peyton Wilson and Cedric Gray. All right, so let's go over here. So, okay, the Chargers at pick 69 took Junior Colson. You should see these linebackers start flying off. I think the Giants are going the guard out of UConn. I would do that. That's a great pick. Dude's a stud. He plays angry. He's what you want in an offensive lineman. Great anchor. I won't talk him up too much unless my Giants take him. But the guard out of UConn is really good. Christian Haynes, really, really good. All right. It's not the pick I would have made. Andrew Phillips, cornerback out of Kentucky. I like it. It also kind of reeks of desperation a little bit for me in that the Giants do not have a veteran corner. I think Andrew Phillips is fair value at this point in the third round. However, I think there were better players available at this point. And for a team like the Giants, like my Giants that have a lot of holes to fill, and I'm not looking to just because you have a hole to fill doesn't mean that you just. I'm not just going to take anyone. I don't even mind stacking players at a certain position. I'm fine with that. I like Andrew Phillips, but I like Andrew Phillips for a team that's not riddled with holes all over the place like the Giants are. And I would have taken Christian Haynes in the first round, or even to be honest with you, I would have taken some of these linebackers just because I think they're more likely to succeed at their position. Peyton Wilson and Cedric Gray just scream off the charts at me. These are really good linebackers. I think they have I realize that linebacker, whether it's a 4-3 or a 3-4 defense that the Giants have, I realize that linebacker is not considered a really, there's not too much value, at least by the New York Giants, in that position. I get that. But I think Peyton Wilson and Cedric Gray are going to be better at their position, have a better chance to succeed at their position than Andrew Phillips does, like at cornerback. And I do like Andrew Phillips. I like him a lot. I actually had him pegged as a third round possibility for the Giants, but not with Christian Haynes being on the board. Damn, Christian Haynes, the guard out of UConn, and both Peyton Wilson and Cedric Gray. No, I wouldn't have done this pick. I gotta be honest. Shoosh. All right. All right. I talked so much about the Giants pick that I think I missed. Let's see what we got over here. All right, so they got our Cardinals took Isaiah Adams. I'm nonplussed. I got to be honest with you. I'm nonplussed with these offensive linemen that are coming off the board in the third round. I'll be honest with you. Isaiah Adams, Cardinals. You know what? I don't want to do the ticker anymore. It's going too fast for me. I want to sit back, enjoy the draft, and have a few beers. Will you join me in that? 76 viewers. I'd appreciate that. I don't want to focus on that anymore. But anyway, so what do we got over here? As you can see my screen, Isaiah Adams, Illinois offensive tackle. I'm not crazy about these offensive linemen going in the third round. I'm not. I think there's better value. I realize that people are looking for, positional value, offensive line. I get it, but man, I'm sorry, but let's go to these best available right now. I'm sorry, but TJ Tampa is really nice is a really nice pick at corner. He's 6'1", 189 pounds, as you can see. He's got really nice size. This dude is an athletic specimen. Uh, Linebackers, Peyton Wilson, Cedric Gray. Those are two studs in the making. I actually would have taken them over Junior Colson, and I may have taken them over, uh, depending upon your needs, I may have taken them over, um, what's his name? The guy who went in the second round, Edrin Cooper. Edrin Cooper. Um, yeah, I think I would actually take those two guys over Edrin Cooper. Let's see. Man, Christian Haynes being out there. Oh, Giants, what were you doing? Troy Franklin, wide receiver. You want a wide receiver in the third round? Troy Franklin, what a steal. Adissa Isaac, he's a third round pick. I'm glad he didn't go in the second round pick. I saw most big boards and or mock drafts with Adissa Isaac out of Penn State edge going in the second round. I never felt like it was second round. I am right yet again. Cooper Beebe, guard out of Kansas State. This dude's a steal. A steal. This guy is an easy second round pick. He's a steal in the third round pick. Brandon Dorlus, defensive tackle slash edge. He's a defensive tackle slash defensive end on a 4-3 defense. Brandon Dorlus, really good value at this point. Joan Ellis, edge out of Utah. Um, I'm just, to me, I'm Roman Wilson, great value for wide receiver in the third round. Javon Baker. A lot of people had him going at the end of the first round, at least here at Tulsa Titles. I never agreed with that. I thought maybe a second round pick, but third round pick, that's really good value. Let's go move on to the second page over here. I'm so disappointed that we went. Damn, the Giants went. Kyrie Jackson's a cornerback in the third round slash fourth round out of Oregon that you want to keep an eye on. Kyrie Jackson, 6'4", 194 pounds, and he's actually a really good athlete. You might ask, why is a cornerback like that still around? He needs polishing. He's not ready to step on the field and be a starting cornerback. Jeremiah Trotter, an excellent athlete, linebacker out of Clemson. He's light. He's like 228 pounds. Yeah, I'm right, 228 pounds. He's light, but the dude flies all over the place. Cedric Van Pran, or otherwise known as Cedric Van Pran Granger, center out of Georgia. I love this dude. Tyke Smith, safety out of Georgia. I love him. Cameron Kitchens still out there. Dude, a year ago, Cameron Kitchens was looking kind of like a not a slam dunk, but he was looking as like a possibility for the first as a first round pick. Now he's not. He didn't have the best last year, final year um at Miami at the U, but like the fourth round, that's awesome value. Okay, Karan. I'm not even going to try to pronounce his name. Karan. He's first name is Karan, offensive tackle out of Yale. That would be a great pick in the fourth round for any team. Tanner Bordellini. I'll say this: Tanner Bordellini, center, offensive center out of Wisconsin. Wisconsin's just like Notre Dame. You can never go wrong. When you're looking for offensive linemen, look at Notre Dame and look at Wisconsin. Just like if you want to look for a wide receiver, look at LSU. If we want to look for a tight end, look at Iowa. But when it comes to offensive linemen, look at Notre Dame and look at Wisconsin. Tanner Bordellini, center out of Wisconsin. This dude would be great value in the fourth round. I really like Tanner Bordellini. I'm just pointing out the names that really, really stick out to me at this point. Kalen Bullock, safety out of USC. Nice, 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 nice. Zach Zinter out of guard out of Michigan. That's another program that has produces good offensive linemen. DeCamerion Richardson. Remember this name, DeCamerion Richardson, cornerback out of Mississippi State. This is one of those kind of like developmental cornerbacks who can wind up being friggin' awesome. This dude, all right, 6'2", 188 pounds. So he's not heavy, but he's got the length, and by the way, he's got really long arms, and he can cover. He's like Emmanuel Forbes, who also came out of Mississippi State last year in the first round. Commanders took him in the first round. Theo Johnson, tight end out of Penn State. I like him a lot. Kayleen Carson, cornerback out of Wake Forest. I'm not generally a fan of Wake Forest talent at any time, but he's not bad. Running back Ray Davis out of Kentucky. Now I'm getting a little too far ahead of myself over here. Let me back. Okay. We're going to go back to where we are right now. Let's go to best available players. TJ Tampa's still out there. Cooper Beebe has gone to the coach. Congratulations, you got Cooper Beebe. Great pick. I would have taken probably the guard out of UConn, but honestly, take your pick. It really doesn't matter. They're both really, really great value at this point. And I think the Giants should have went with Christian Haynes. That's the guard I'm taking out of UConn. All right. Let's see. Rounds. Andrew Phillips. I'm just checking up on my Giants pick over here. 5'11", 190 pounds. He's good. I like him a lot. I do like him. But what I'm nervous about is the Giants do not have a veteran cornerback. Adoree Jackson's not on the team as of right now. I don't think he's signed with anyone, but they need a quality veteran. I'm not saying a Pro Bowler, but they need to get a quality veteran, back there again, whether it's Adoree Jackson or someone else. They need a veteran to keep to be the glue. To be the glue. Anyway, all right. I'm letting my heart get it. I have a show to do. 76 viewers, and I'm getting too Giants oriented. Braylon Trice by the Falcons. Nice pick. You're going to love Braylon Trice in the third round. Perfect value. That's kind of where I always saw him, Braylon Trice. To be honest with you, this is a 4-3 defensive end. As they say, he's an edge. He's a 4-3 defensive end, and I think on like third and long, obvious pass rushing situations. If you're loaded at edge, you can move him on the interior and bring like a NASCAR package where he could be kind of like your Justin Tuck, where you've got like JPP on one edge, OC on the other edge. and you can move Braylon Trice to the inside and bring your best pass rushers all at the same time. Nice pick, third round, perfect value. I love it. Falcons, nice job boosting up your defense. I love it. I really, really love it. Really nice. And again, hats off to Ephraim Geller, aka Mr. Irrelevant here at T2T. He's the one who first got me into Braylon Trice. Braylon Trice was one of Ephraim's earliest write-ups, draft profiles, back in like October. So I think he's actually higher on Braylon Trice than I've ever been. But for third round, that's really great value. I love it. I love it. As you can see, Mel Kiper's best available offensive lineman, Christian Haynes. Dude, that's who I actually would have taken in the third round. I got to admit, as much as we need a corner, I think we need a veteran corner via free agency. I would have taken Christian Haynes. I love that dude. He is what you want in an offensive lineman. He's pretty polished, and he plays angry. You want that. Peyton Wilson linebacker. I love that dude. Hot damn. I wish my team had a bunch more picks in the third round. There's so much talent out here right now. Damn. TJ Tampa's still out there. Hot damn. All right, let me text Coach. Coach Chefs, say, hey, listen, you just got my dude Cooper Beebe. And I tell Coach, I said, I just told Coach, who's a Cowboys fan, that he just got my guy Cooper Beebe, who I've always been high on. He was one of my first draft profiles back in like September or October. I love Cooper Beebe. Very versatile interior offensive lineman. I'm texting Coach. I said, you got my guy Beebe. I'm also going to say, was hoping Giants would take Haynes. I'll just leave it at that. Hey, and all 70, we're up to 78 viewers. Dude, I'm little old Joe, and all you guys are checking in, 78 viewers. This is awesome. Thank you so much for joining me. I really, really appreciate it, guys. Hope you're having a good time. What's going on here? Let's go to best available players right now. Okay. TJ Tampa, I love that dude. 6'1", 189 pounds out of Iowa State. Man, talk about third round value at cornerback. I love TJ Tampa, but you look at these linebackers who are left in the third round. Peyton Wilson, Cedric Gray. I'm not exaggerating when I say like these guys, like Peyton Wilson, especially Peyton Wilson, but I think also Cedric Gray. These guys are going to be stalwarts in anyone's defense for the next 10 years. These guys are going to be starters. Hey, Joaquin, my son just came home. NFL draft. You had a good time? You ate? All right, just making sure that my son ate everybody. All right, so it's Joaquin, it's day 2 of the NFL draft. Right now we're in round 3. Our Giants got some players that I really like a lot. Some other players I wish they would have taken more, to be honest with you. But I do like the players they got. There were other players available that I thought they should take, but I do like the guys they got. All right, so who's on? So the Bears pick is in. Let's see. Yeah, I have no prediction for the Bears pick. I have no idea who they're going to go. But man, right now, my best available players is the same as ESPN, and they've got TJ Tampa, but I like the linebackers Peyton Wilson and Cedric Gray at this point. For me, It's Peyton Wilson, Cedric Gray, and then TJ Tampa, who's a cornerback. But I love Peyton Wilson. I guess he just went to his bone. All right, Bears got the offensive tackle out of Yale. Nice pick, third round, really good, fair value. I forgot how to pronounce his last name. His first name is Kieran, and he's a tackle out of Yale. Very good value. He easily could have went somewhere in like the second round. So Bears, nice pick. I love it. And he's from Yale, so you have to assume he has got a high football IQ and cerebral. He better be. He's going to Yale, for goodness sake. Nice, 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 nice. All right, pick is in. Picks are flowing. They are flying off the board. Broncos pick is in. Cool. All right, so the Bears pick is in. After the Bears pick is in, I'm gonna have a quick smoke, everybody. Again, I'm a one-man show. I know I have 78 viewers in here, but I am a one-man show. One-man entertainment. Oh, the Denver Broncos. Okay, so their pick is in. Seems like I've hardly called the Broncos name at all tonight. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Let's see what's going on here. Tony Scheffler. I guess he's a Broncos fan. Hey, by the way, Broncos, congratulations on Bo Nix. I know everyone was kind of like projecting to be like an early second round pick, but whatever. You didn't give up anything you didn't trade up to get the guy. He was there. And I think, along with the other tier two quarterbacks um in JJ McCarthy and Justin Penix, I think Bo Nix is fine for taking wherever you want to take him in the first round. It's not as long as you're not trading up for him early in the first round. I think it's fair. And I know Sean Payton, who's an awesome offensive mind, was dying for a young quarterback to take. Okay, Broncos took Utah edge Jonah Ellis. Nice value in the third round. I'm not that big on Jonah Ellis. But in the third round, um, I think it's cool value. I know Mr. Irrelevant here at Toss Titles is really big on Jonah Ellis. I'm not that big, but third value, I think third round is totally fair value. I like it a lot. I like it. I like it. Edge, that's a premium position along with offensive tackle, quarterback. Those are and cornerback. So quarterback, offensive tackle, edge, and cornerback. Those are the four premium positions in the NFL. When you can draft and start stacking at those positions, always take the opportunity to do so because you can't retain everyone in terms of second contracts and players get injured. Jonah Ellis in the third round is a nice pick. Congratulations. It's a good pick. It's a fair pick. I like it. Raiders pick is in. So Frito Bandito, our in-house Raiders fan, is getting all ready to get juiced up. Wow, Raiders, no playoff win since 2002 AFC Championship game. I guess that's the game where it was at the Tuck Bowl game, AFC Championship game against the Patriots, where everything turned. NFL destiny turned on its head, and Brady and Belichick went on to win their first Super Bowl or upset against the. All right, Delmar Glaze, offensive tackle out of Maryland. I think he was actually more fifth round value, to be honest with you, but I did see Delmar Glaze on big boards ahead of where I had him. I did see him in the third round often. I think he's more of a fifth round pick, to be honest with you. So Raiders, don't listen. Frito Bandito and other Raiders fans, don't listen to old Joe Knows. What do I know? I know nothing. I think he was actually more of a fifth round developmental pick, to be honest with you. I'm not really into Delmar Glaze. Um, but trade alert. Oh, the Eagles are trading up again. Oh my! The Eagles trade their pick to the Houston Texans. Oh, I bet Houston's taking a linebacker. Hot damn! God bless you, Houston Texans. You're doing it right. I bet they're taking a linebacker. Yeah, Delmar Glaze. I saw him in a lot of big boards. It's like a third round, fourth round pick. I saw him a lot of times, like in both draft simulators, third round value, or big boards. I saw him as third or fourth round value. I think he's really a fifth round pick. I'm not generally crazy about Maryland talent, even though my Giants took Deontay Banks in the first round last year, which I love that pick. Don't get me wrong. I'm not a huge fan of Maryland talent, just like I'm not a huge fan of Rutgers talent. But I do think Glaze he's really more like a fifth round pick. Wonder what it's funny. The Giants didn't take Spencer Rattler. I wouldn't take him either anyway. But a lot of people thought that the Giants or the Raiders would take Rattler in the second or third round. Two still very QB needy teams, and they didn't take him they didn't take him in the second or third round. He's still out there. I wonder if the Giants would just say screw it and take Rattler in the fourth round, or maybe even the Raiders. I'm not a huge believer in Rattler, but I also realize that hey, when it comes to quarterback, you know, when you get to the fourth round, you find your value obviously in the first, second, and third rounds. When it comes to the fourth round, I'm not necessarily crazy about taking a flyer on someone, but when it comes to quarterback, I do recognize like I'm not a huge fan of his, but Spencer Rattler, but I realize that by like the fourth round, dude, like that is someone that you could actually have like a franchise quarterback with on Spencer Rattler if you can develop him, or franchise meaning like doesn't mean that it's going to wind up being elite, but it could be a guy that will be good and that will be good for your offense up until maybe you can for the foreseeable future up until that time where maybe you can upgrade even more. Sort of like when my Giants had Kerry Collins in the late '90s and early 2000s, and lo and behold, they wind up with Eli Manning in 2004. I'm not a huge believer in Rattler, but and I don't go crazy about developmental quarterbacks in the mid rounds or late rounds, but you know, I don't know. I gotta say fourth round Rattler, I may be interested in, I have to say, as a Giants fan, but even if I were a Raiders fan who's that's another QB needy team, I might be interested in Rattler at that point. All right, so the Texans pick is in. I think they're going linebacker. I love the value at linebacker here right now. Third round, middle of the third round. We're pick 78. So all right, first third of the third round. You got TJ Tampa still out there, but man, Peyton Wilson and Cedric Gray, those are two really good linebackers. Christian Haynes at guard, dude. Whoever gets that guy is gonna love that guy. You're gonna love that guy. I see Cade Stover. I like Cade Stover a lot. Tight end out of Ohio State. I'm not taking. I still think there's too much talent. Man, Brandon Dorlus is still out there, defensive tackle out of Oregon. That's a good pick. I think there's still too many. Roman Wilson, woo, Javon Baker, but especially Roman Wilson, slot receiver out of Michigan. Ooh, Javontis Walker, potential, really good like wide receiver too on the outside. Devontae Walker out of UNC. Man, those linebackers though. Kalen Bullock. Okay, nice safety. All right, I thought they were going to go linebacker. They want Kalen Bullock, safety out of USC. That's a cool pick. That's a cool pick. I don't know where he is on ESPN's board. I'm not seeing him here, but that's okay. I like Kalen Book, safety out of USC. That's a nice pick. Fair value. Totally fair value. I'm just using this ESPN best available draft board just for easy reference. Kalen Bullock, that's fair value in the third round. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. I really do. Totally cool. Houston Texans, man, you guys are doing a great job. Okay, trade alert. Cardinals are on the clock, but they're trading the pick to Indianapolis. Our own beloved Justin Stevens, his Indianapolis Colts are on the clock. So far they've taken Latu, the edge out of UCLA, and Mitchell, a wide receiver out of Texas. Who are they taking now? Ooh, maybe linebacker. There you go. They could use a linebacker, I believe. I'm just guessing. They could use a linebacker. I gotta say, I'm surprised TJ Tampa is still out there on Iowa State. Hmm. Zare Franklin, Colts linebacker, is announcing the pick. I wouldn't be surprised if it's for another linebacker. I'm wrong. Matt Goncalves, offensive tackle out of Pittsburgh. You know what? I don't want to comment on him because I'm not really that familiar with him. I know the name. He's a player I did not look into at all um, over the past, 6 to 8 months. I did not look into him at all. Matt Goncalves. So no criticism, no hype. I'm just saying, hey, congratulations to the Colts. Obviously, they got a player they wanted because they traded up for him. Matt Goncalves, offensive tackle out of Pittsburgh. I've got nothing to add, unfortunately, because he's actually someone I'm familiar with the name. I never looked him up. I never read up on him at all. But that's not a knock against him. All right. Matt Goncalves is gone. And he actually was on ESPN's big board of like best remaining players. He was their 13th, and the Colts got Goncalves. Let me refresh this. He's gone. Man, after the third round, I gotta admit, like, besides running backs, I'm not like too crazy on. I think Kyrie Jackson is a really nice cornerback out of Oregon to keep your eyes on. Jeremiah Trotter, linebacker out of Clemson. Cedric Van Pran Granger out of the center out of Georgia. Tyke Smith, safety out of Georgia. Cameron Kitchen, safety out of Miami. Tanner Bordolini, safety out of Wisconsin. These are just players I'm keeping my eyes on. Jared Wiley, a little bit tight end out of TCU. Zach Zinter, definitely guard out of Michigan. Michigan produces good offensive linemen. DeCamerion Richardson, Mississippi State quarterback. You want to keep your eyes on this guy. Theo Johnson, tight end out of Penn State. Muhammad Kamara, edge out of Colorado State. Our very own Charlie Creo is really, really big on Muhammad Kamara. So keep an eye on him. I'm not familiar, but Charlie did do a very nice write up on Kamara that we posted on Instagram. So you want to check him out, Muhammad Kamara. These are just the players that are still available for tomorrow. I'm looking at, assuming that they don't get drafted in the third round. Ooh, nice pick by the Bengals. I forgot about Jermaine Burton, wide receiver out of Alabama. Oh, this guy gets forgotten about because of all the talent in Alabama, but Jermaine Burton is a really good wide receiver. Totally fair value, third round. Bengals took him with their pick here in the third round. Really, really, really nice pick. Totally cool. I love it. Cincinnati, nice job. Okay, Seattle's pick is in. Everybody, I got to take a quick smoke break. We're up to pick 81. I need a smoke break and a little something to eat. I'm a one-man show right now. I'm kind of hungry. So let me have a smoke break. I'll grab some Chinese food. I'll come over here. I'll eat it in front of you and look disgusting. Rice and stuff could drop out of my mouth, but I'll do anything to keep you entertained. We got 78 viewers. This is beautiful. All right. Man, picks are flowing. All right, guys, I'm gonna smoke break. I'm gonna grab some food and I'll come back and I'll eat here in a little bit. Give me 3 minutes to have a smoke break. Hang on a second. I'll be right back, everybody. Actually, let me put up my smoke break banner. Be back in 3 minutes. All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right, it's commercial. I'm gonna have a cigarette. I'm gonna grab some Chinese food. I'll be back in this. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Whoa, we're up to 80 viewers. All right, guys, smoke break is over. I decided to forego the food right now and just stick with my diet of some beer. Oh, Rams got Blake Corum. I was just gonna text Coach. His coach wanted for his Dallas Cowboys. He wanted Trey Benson, who went to the Cardinals, I believe, with the first pick in the third round. I was going to ask him who his backup running back was, backup running back pick. I assumed it was Blake Corum. I was just going to text him, and Blake Corum goes off. He's taken great pick by the Rams. Great pick by the Rams. You know what? Let me text Coach right now, live here in person. My dog Melvin's back. Melvin, did you close the door back behind you? I let my dog Melvin in the backyard. Ooh, Coach Chefs called the BB pick. All right. So coach is he had a little operation. So he's resting. He's resting a little bit. Coach Chefs of the his Cowboys fan. He took they got Dallas Cowboys got Cooper BB. A pick is in. These Steelers pick is in. I'm gonna text coach and say now that Corum is gone, who do you want? Who do you want? Let's see what coach says. Because I know after Trey Benson, I believe Blake Corum was his backup running back. We all love who doesn't love Blake Corum? The dude's a gamer. Michigan, he's a baller. That dude plays. He runs and plays hard. Love Blake Corum. You gotta love him. So he he went to the Rams. Nice pick by the Rams. They're doing a nice job of rebuilding over here. You know what? I'll tell you, people talk about the quarterback, and I'm gonna go off camera for a second. I need to close the door. My dog Melvin did not close the door behind him when he came from the backyard. You go close the door, but I'm gonna talk while I walk away for a second. The Rams have done such a nice job of rebuilding their team. They still have their steady quarterback, Matthew Stafford. They've got Puka Nakua, who they drafted last year. I don't know what in the fifth round was it? Maybe fourth round, fifth round. Puka Nakua, who's like a wide receiver one. They're rebuilding their defensive line in this draft. After Aaron Donald is retiring, now they got Blake Corum. My dog Melvin's a little bossy. If you've caught a lot of my any of my New York Giants corner programs, you'll know that Melvin's kind of like my sidekick. He always comes in. He likes to bark whenever I'm podcasting. Because you're a pain in the ass. I love you to death, Melvin, but you're a pain in the ass. All right, Steelers, Roman Wilson. Whoa, great pick. They needed a slot. They got Roman Wilson. Roman Wilson is fire. He is a great slot receiver out of Michigan. And Michigan was a program, as most of us know, if you follow college football, under Harbaugh, they love to run the football, which is totally cool. Roman Wilson is a gamer. This dude is awesome. Great value. You want like a very good, valuable, trustworthy slot receiver. The third round, Roman Wilson in any draft. Roman Wilson is great value. Great pick by the Steelers. Hot damn, The Steelers do it right. The Steelers do it right. They're all about offensive. Hey, stop! They're all about offensive line, defense, and they take their wide receivers in like the second, third, fourth round. Even Pickett was a second round pick a few years ago, and he's like a wide receiver one now. They got Roman Wilson. This dude is gonna be like a slot wide receiver extraordinaire. So if you're into fantasy football or dynasty football, remember the name Roman Wilson. All right, let me give Melvin a treat. Hang on, give me 1 second because he's a pain in the ass. He's a hound dog. He knows how to hound. Brown's pick is in. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Okay, so we left off. So the Browns pick is in, but it's commercial break. Back to the Steelers. Pittsburgh Steelers fans, God bless you. Your front office knows what they're doing, and a coach. They have a great coach. They know what they're doing. They never, and this is something I believe in wholeheartedly. Like, listen, my Giants, they took neighbors, at pick number 6. I'm not a fan of taking a wide receiver that high in any draft, but this my team needs so much. It's like you can do quarterback, you can do wide receiver, you can do pretty much any position. To be honest, they're pretty devoid of like star talent. Um, and in this particular draft class, just considering how good the wide receivers are in this draft class, I'm I was happy with my Giants going wide receiver. As a general rule of thumb, I would do it like the Steelers do it, or even the Ravens. These are physical teams. They're always physical, and they draft really, really well. Even when they have like a shitty quarterback, that they took in the first round a few years ago, Kenny Pickett. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said the S word, but even when they take a crappy quarterback, like Zach, like Kenny Pickett, um, they still never. Besides that, they never deviated from anything. Where it's still like defense and offensive line, and then they take their wide receivers like in the second and third round, and that's where you get a lot of great value in wide receiver. And I think teams and really like put too much on wide receiver. They put too much value in wide receiver, whether it's in picks like in the first round or even financially, like Tyreek Hill making $30 million a year. Like you don't need to do that. You need to have a good defense, and you need to have a first of all, you need to have a quarterback. Second of all, you need to have defense. Third of all, you need to have an offensive line that can give your quarterback time and to throw the ball and provide for a good running game. Whether you have a star running back, a bell cow, or whether you have a stable of different types of running backs, you can do that. That's fine. But quarterback, defense, offensive line, in my opinion, is what you want to do, and that's what the Steelers do. Okay, so the Browns took Zach Zinter. Nice pick. Guard out of Michigan. Another program like Notre Dame in Wisconsin, where you're looking for offensive line. You want to check out the guys coming out of Notre Dame, Michigan, and Wisconsin programs. Like if you're looking for tight ends, you want to look for tight ends coming out of Iowa. Wide receiver, you want to look LSU and Ohio State. And some people say, oh, those two are comparable. Actually, I think LSU was better at producing wide receivers than Ohio State is. I'll be honest with you. I realize that Marvin Harrison Jr. just came out of Ohio State, but I think LSU has a better hit rate on high end wide receivers. How it's not even arguable over Ohio State. It's not even arguable who's actually produced in the NFL at a Pro Bowl level. LSU blows away Ohio State, blows them away. But still, you want to look at Ohio State at wide receiver. So, but when it comes to wide receiver, LSU and Ohio State, you could throw some Alabama as well. Don't get me wrong, you get good wide receivers out of there, but generally you're looking at wide receiver in Ohio State. But I heard someone this morning comparing those two programs, saying, "Yeah, wide receiver LSU and Ohio State." I'm thinking, yeah, I think Ohio State in terms of the hype, nothing to do with Marvin Harrison Jr. Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to live up to the hype, but for the most part, I'm looking at LSU. Like every few years, you get a real legitimate elite wide receiver coming out of LSU, and hopefully that's Neighbors now. But when it comes to offensive line, Notre Dame, Wisconsin, Michigan, those three, and a little Georgia too. But those are the big five. But I'd say the big three are Notre Dame, Wisconsin, and Michigan. They can throw in obviously Alabama and Georgia and a little Penn State. And then you get your outliers like Talisi Fuaga out of Oregon State, or Washington had a very great offensive line this year. That's why you've seen quite a few of their offensive linemen going off the board in the first 3 rounds. But I'd say with Washington, I'd say with Washington, that's kind of like an outlier. It's not normal. But when it comes to the programs, the offensive line producers for the NFL coming out of college are Notre Dame, Wisconsin, Michigan, Alabama, Georgia. Those are the consistent producers for us offensive line. Then you've got your outliers like Washington this year had quite a few. They had an excellent offensive line. But you're not going to see that every year from Washington. You're not going to see that every year from them. And like I said, Fuaga was kind of like an outlier from what was he, Oregon State? I believe it was Oregon State. Yeah. Okay, Cowboys pick is in. Let's see if they're taking a running back. Man, if they took, I love Braylon Allen. No one talks about Braylon Allen. That dude reminds me of Brandon Jacobs. Um, Coach has a great pulse on the Cowboys, and he wanted them to take Trey Benson in the second. I thought they made the smarter pick with Marshawn Nealand, edge out of Western Michigan in the second round. But he wanted Trey Benson, who wound up going with the Cardinals with the first pick in the third round. But yeah, honestly, yeah, like I was just all right. So text. A coach texted me a little while ago. He said Braylon Allen, or Marshawn Lloyd. I didn't want Corum over those two. Too much mileage. All right. So coach does want a running back. I'm gonna say Braylon Allen. I'll just say Allen should be the pick. I love him. All right, so Coach, big Cowboys fan, Coach Sheps does want Braylon Allen, Braylon Allen or Marshawn Lloyd, and he said he didn't want Corum over. Um, he didn't want Corum, who already went. I thought Corum was his next running back. I was wrong. He did not want Corum over Braylon Allen or Marshawn Lloyd. Um, so I got that wrong, but those are two really good running backs, and I would take Braylon Allen. I love Braylon Allen. And the funny thing is, I over the past like 6 months, I've hardly heard anyone talk about Braylon Allen out of Wisconsin. This dude reminds me of Brandon Jacobs, but with better receiving abilities. I'm a Giants fan. Obviously, Brandon Jacobs. He was on the Giants for like 8 years or whatever it was. A lot of success with him. Big dude. Like if you're gonna tackle him, you better make sure you're tackling below the hips. You better be tackling at the ankles because he will kill you if you're not. I love Braylon Allen. He's actually better in the receiving game than Brandon Jacobs was. I would go Braylon Allen at this point. But Marshawn Lloyd out of USC is totally cool too. If I'm the Cowboys, but me myself, I like Braylon Allen. I always like Braylon Allen. I like him a lot. Braylon Allen's probably my RB3. He may even be my RB2. I actually may have had Braylon. You know what? I have Braylon Allen in my mind over Brooks out of Texas. In my mind, it's Trey Benson at an RB1 and Braylon Allen is RB2 in this draft class. I have him over Brooks in Texas. I do, and I'm contradicting what I said earlier when I said I had fluctuating between. I'd said a few hours ago I was fluctuating this whole past six months between Benson and Brooks. Um, but you know what? I actually like Braylon Allen more than Brooks. I like Trey Benson the most. I would take Braylon Allen as my RB2 in this class. I'll stick to that. I forgot about him. I'll stick to that. And Brooks is my RB3. And then Marshawn Lloyd is my RB4. And Blake Corum is my RB5. But he's kind of like 4B. I'd say yeah, yeah. I'd say Brooks is like my 4B. Like, take your pick. Go with you can go with Corum or you can go with Marshawn Lloyd. I love the way Corum runs. I love the way he's a small guy, but He's so hard to get down. His contact balance is so awesome. He's a good blocker for the quarterback as well. It's not easy to find running backs who are coming to the NFL just able to do that already. And Blake Corum can do that. All right, I'm sorry. So they got Maris Liafu. Honestly, I'm not familiar with the name. So the Cowboys took linebacker Notre Dame, um, Maris Liafu. That's someone I didn't look into at all this season. So I'm not going to criticize. I'm not going to praise. I just don't know. I'm just not familiar. Man, are Peyton Wilson and Cedric Gray still out there? Holy cow. Oh, yeah. Peyton Wilson, Cedric Gray, and TJ Tampa, cornerback out of Iowa State, still out there. All right, so the Cowboys took linebacker Marist Liaf. I'm sorry, Liafu, Liufau. And I'm not criticizing. I'm not praising. I'm not. I don't know anything about him. Wow, I'm surprised. Third round pick. I don't know anything about him. All right, Packers pick is in. Who are they taking? I bet they go TJ Tampa. So go tight end. No, they could. No, they go running back. I'm starving. We got what 12 more picks to go. Marshawn Lloyd went to the Packers. Okay, no wonder why the pick was so quick. Once the Cowboys didn't take him, the Packers like we're getting ourselves some Marshawn Lloyd. Melvin, come on up. Come on, lie on the couch, buddy. I have a dog named Melvin. He's a hound dog, or he's in the hound family. I don't know exactly what it is. Hey, go over there. Go lie down. Go lie down. And I'll tell you the term hound, he knows how to hound. Go lie down. Melvin, go lie down. Go, go. Good boy. Good boy. Go lie down. Yep, I fluffed up the blanket for you. There you go. He's a big baby. I love him to death. He's my wingman. Melvin the hound dog is my wingman. He's not really a hound, he's in the hound family. All right, Marshawn Lloyd to the Packers. Nice. Nice. I don't think coaches like him. Let me see what he says. I'm not even. All right. Coach Ships had no comment on the linebacker pick, so I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to ask him. I'm not familiar with that player. Um, so I think Coach really wanted a running back at that time with that last pick for the Cowboys. All right, so the Packers take Marshawn Lloyd. Great pick. Packers have been killing it with the draft the past few years, I got to say. Buccaneers pick is in. Pick number 89. And I think round 3 ends with pick number 100, I believe. Man, my throat is getting so damn dry. Holy shit. Holy shoot. Excuse me. Holy shoot. All right, guys, what's going on over here? Come on, Buccaneers. Let's get those. Oh, It looks like the Buccaneers. All right, Buccaneers are taking Tyke Smith, safety out of Georgia. I love that pick. I like Tyke Smith a lot. I didn't expect him to go in the third round. I think it's a little early for him, but I do like him a lot. Listen, he comes out of that awesome Georgia defense. Georgia and Alabama, along with Michigan, the two best defenses in the country, best three defenses in the country. I actually thought it was more fourth round value, but to be honest, yeah, I think it's kind of like nitpicking. It's totally cool. I get if someone likes them like the Buccaneers at the end of the third, kind of endish of the third round, they want to take Tyke Smith. I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that. Listen, I would have been happy if the Giants went another route in the third round, like they went linebacker. If they took like Sean, if they took Cedric Gray, or if they took Peyton Wilson or Cedric Gray at linebacker, and they want to double up at safety and take because I know that they took Tyler Newman in the second round, but if they wanted to take, say in the fourth round, if they wanted to take Tyke Smith, I would have been cool with that. If they wanted to take him in the early fourth round, I would have been cool with that. So I'm kind of like nitpicking here. And like I said, I thought Tyke Smith was more of the fourth round pick, but this is the endish part of the third round anyway. We're like in the final third of the third round. Elijah Jones, Boston College cornerback. You know what? I'm not. This is another dude I'm not familiar with, so I can't praise, I can't criticize. Elijah Jones, cornerback out of Boston College. I do tend to like Boston College talent. These are first of all, it's a hard school to get into. Like Yale, it tends to be you'll get cerebral players out of Yale, Duke, Boston College, and a lot of times you'll get some good physical players out of Boston College. So Elijah Jones, again, I'm just not familiar with him, so no criticism. I'm not going to praise him. I'm just saying that Boston College usually gets some good, really high football IQ players out of Boston College. So the pick is in for the Packers. Packers have another pick. Oh man. All right. They have a third round, another third round pick. It's kind of like almost like back to back picks. Uh yeah, they got my man Xavier McKinney as a free agent. My Giants shedding talent. Stupid, really stupid. You know, I gotta say, as a Giants fan, I think Joe Shane is a shitty general manager. I gotta be honest with you. I think he's a dime a dozen shitty general manager. I really do. Packers pick is in, but it's commercial break right now. So in terms of Joe Shane, we let Xavier McKinney go, but hey, not good enough for us, but he's good enough for the Packers, right? We couldn't keep him. Um, and then the year before, and you know, I got to check to see what McKinney's contract is. I'm assuming it's, let me see, Xavier McKinney. Let's see what he signed for. Xavier, and I almost guarantee it's not going to blow me away. I don't think the number's going to be crazy. So he signed a 4 year, $68 million deal. 15, 30. So he's making what, $16 million a year? It's a lot of money, but we did get a huge spike. So basically, McKinney is making a little, he's making $17 million a year. Xavier McKinney, when his first 2 years under Brandon Graham, was an excellent center fielder for the New York Giants secondary. You let this guy just be like a center fielder, kind of like freelance. The guy was awesome. He'd get a lot of INTs. He was a ball hawk. And then we got Wink Martindale. No complaint against Wink Martindale, but his own very different style of defense. And McKinney was called upon to play a different style of defense. Um, McKinney's an excellent all around safety. He can do it all. He does it all. He's a physical player too. He can cover. He can play the run. He can do it all. You don't want to pay $17 million a year for McKinney. I get it. But the year before that, we lost Julian Love to the Seahawks for like $6 million a year. And at the time, I'm thinking like, and and Julian Love went back to the Giants with the Seahawks offer, basically looking to match it, maybe beat it by a little, but he went back to the Giants with with the Seahawks offer, and the Giants refused to match. I think it was six, maybe $8 million a year. And Julian Love isn't the same talent that McKinney is, but Julian Love was a really smart, intelligent safety. And lo and behold, not surprisingly, with the Seahawks, he had a really good year for like $6 to $8 million a year. And he had a slow start to the year because it's a new defense. Same thing with Bobby Okereke. He went from the Colts to the Giants this previous season. Like first 4 games, like he looked lost. It was a new. He even admitted it's a new defense. He's getting used to it. Around the same time that Bobby Okereke started kicking ass, Julian Love started kicking ass for Seattle. And for like $6 or $8 million a year, what a friggin' steal! And you let over the past 2 years, you let Julian Love and McKinney go, and here you are in the second round spending a friggin' pick on a safety when you could have had at least one of those two guys. Julian Love or McKinney. And I thought they should have signed Julian Love 2 years ago. Because I had a feeling they were never going to sign McKinney for when he became a free agent, and they didn't sign him. And I was thinking Julian Love's a good player. He's not the same player as McKinney, but he's a really good, smart, dependable, and versatile safety and a leader. He's a cerebral player and is a leader on the team too. And here we are building from scratch at safety again. Like it makes no sense. It makes no sense. All right, so the Packers took Tyron Hopper, linebacker out of Missouri. Wow, I don't know what's going on with interesting. I don't know anything about this guy either. I'm just completely shocked that if you want a linebacker, Peyton Wilson and Cedric Gray are out there. Tyron Hopper, linebacker out of Missouri. Like I said earlier, Missouri, they produce some dogs, not on offense, but defense pretty much every year. You'll get at least like one really good dog coming out of there off that team. Right now, you got at least three players in the maybe more in the first 3 rounds have come out of Missouri, come out of Mizzou. But Missouri produces some defensive dogs. Never really anyone on the offensive side of the ball. Never. It doesn't seem like it, at least. For the defensive side of the ball, Mizzou produces some dogs. And right now, we have at least three players in the first 3 rounds that have come out of Mizzou. So good for you, Tigers. Good for you. Buccaneers pick is in. Okay, we've got 82 viewers. Everybody, thank you for checking in. I really appreciate it. Buccaneers pick is in. And we're up to pick 90. This will be pick 92. So after this, we'll have 8 picks left to go. I'm not tired, but my voice, my vocal cords are tired. Holy shoot. Jalen McMillan, wide receiver out of Washington. Interesting. That's like their wide receiver 3, but hey, Washington had a really, really talented wide receiving core this year. They had they went to the national championship game with at their wide receiving core. They had Roma Dunza. He went number 9, I think, to Chicago. Who I actually was really the wide receiver I wanted for my Giants, to be honest with you, over Neighbors, over Neighbors. So Washington went to the national championship game with their wide receivers as um, Roma Dunza in the first round, who went number 9 to the Bears. Jalen Polk, I forgot what team he went to, but I love Jalen, or it's either Jalen or Jalen Polk. I love him. I think that's the guy who's got I think his floor is wide receiver 2, and I think his ceiling is wide receiver 1. Maybe not elite, but a good solid wide receiver 1. I love Polk. I really, really do. And I think he just gets kind of lost in the shuffle because this wide receiving class is so deep. And now he went in the second round. Now you had McMillan, who just went in the third round. Pretty impressive, man. Washington, what a talented team this year. And obviously Penix, the number 8, the quarterback to Atlanta, and they had some offensive linemen, at least one, maybe more, who've been picked so far. Washington, what a talented roster this year, huh? Well, they did go to the national championship game against Michigan. Um, Ravens are on the clock. Ravens always make a smart pick. They'll probably go linebacker. I know the Ravens got Nate Wiggins in the first round, but I forgot who they picked. Let's see. You can see the screen, right? Okay, you can. Let's see. Rounds. Let's see. Um, Ravens. Let's see. Second round. Let's do second round. Ravens. Who do they take? Roger Rosengarten. That's it. Nice pick in the second round. Offensive tackle by Baltimore. Washington. I was just talking up Washington. All the talent that this year that took them to the national championship game, and that's getting drafted early in this draft in the first 3 rounds. They have a slew. Washington's got like 6 picks at least in the first 3 rounds so far this year. Amazing. in Baltimore. Baltimore, they will build an offensive line outside of the first round. I love it so much. Baltimore, like I said before, like I said earlier in this broadcast, if if I didn't grow up as a Giants fan going back to like 82 or 83, um, going back to like 82, I would be, if I was started from scratch, I'd be a Ravens fan. I just love the way that team drafts. I love the way they play. I love their physicality. They get physical players and who are also excellent athletes. I think so many fans think that you have to get either a physical player or like an athletic player, and the Ravens show that you can often get both athletic players who play physically. I love the way the Ravens pick. They always, they can draft offensive linemen outside of the first round and also in the late rounds and develop these guys to at least be competent. And Rosengarten is in most other draft classes, his name would be more familiar. But this is such a deep class when it came to offensive tackles that I think most people don't even know Rosengarten. But yeah, he went fairly in the second round. That's good value. You know what? Listen, to be honest, I guess in most draft classes, he probably would not go in the first round. But still, I don't think his name is well known or people don't speak about him because this class has been so deep in tackles and really good interior offensive linemen that people don't know the name Rosengarten out of Washington. He's a really good player. All right, so Mel Kiper's team needs for the Ravens offensive line and edge is this Isaac still out there? I can see that. If Isaac is still out there, maybe he's not. Maybe he went already. I could see the Ravens taking him best available. I guess Isaac went a while ago. Ravens pick is in. Oh, this Isaac's still out there. I could see him going to the Ravens. I could see that. Or linebacker. They took a Dis Isaac. Thank you. He had Raven written all over him. They left a stockpile at edge. Who's the edge they took out of Penn State a few years ago? He hasn't worked out too well, and I was really high on that guy. I'm brain farting on the name right now, but at this Isaac at this point, the end of the third round, nice value, nice value. I figured it was either going to be him or linebacker. Well, here in ESPN, they're saying this Isaac's a linebacker. He's an edge. He's not a linebacker. He's an outside linebacker. The linebackers I'm talking about, Peyton Wilson and Cedric Gray, are inside or interior linebackers. No, I think this Isaac is great value at the end of the third round. Friggin' great value. Great value. You want an edge with upside, with potential. And this Isaac is that guy. That's cool. That's a cool pick. That's a really good pick. Ravens, see, this is a smart friggin' pick. And the Ravens always they stack in positions, key positions like this. And if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. Is it back end of the third round pick? But like the ceiling, the potential with Adisa Isaac is really, really nice. He's a quick dude. Perfect 3-4 edge slash outside linebacker. Perfect. Perfect. That's awesome. That's what the Ravens run. A base 3-4 defense. And Isaac is just Isaac out of Penn State. I generally like Penn State talent anyway. They tend to produce dogs. So they got Nate Wiggins. Look at that. The Ravens. This is how you build really consistently good teams. They took a cornerback, Nate Wiggins, in the first round. They took an offensive lineman in the second round, and they took an edge in the third round. This is how you build a consistently good team. They could use another wide receiver. Eagles took edge Jalix Hunt out of Houston Christian. I'm not familiar with this guy. Wow. But if the Eagles are taking him, look out. This front office knows what they're doing. Jalex Hunt, edge out of Houston Christian. Mea culpa. I'm not familiar with him. Wow. I've seen the name a little bit over the. I only just started seeing his name. Come to think of it, over the past few weeks, and I did not read up on him at all. But now, come to think of it, I just started seeing his name over the past few weeks. And that should have been a clue that this dude was screaming up boards. All right, pick is in for the Bills. Pick number 95. Let's get this done. Man, I love doing this, but holy man. Let's see. Bills pick is in. Let's see what their team needs are according to okay. Pick is in for the Bills. Oh, okay, so Mills, wide receiver, safety, and offensive line. Jaden Hicks, Washington State, safety, good pick. Christian Jones at Dwayne Carter, defensive tackle out of Duke. I'm not familiar with that guy either. Oof. It's not just that, and it's not just the names that are popping up here on ESPN. The big board that here at Total Titles that we've accumulated over the past few months, as well as my own big board in my brain, pretty much matches up with very similarly to ESPN. So great job to us here at Toils Titles, and great job to me, my own big board and my own big brain. Um, I gotta admit, like a lot of these picks here in the second half of the third round, I'm not familiar with. I have Dwayne Carter's a name I'm not even familiar with. I will freely admit. I will admit that I will not read up on every single player, and Dwayne Carter is not one of them. I should say, he's one of the players I have not read up on. Cole Bishop, who they took in the second round, I love. I actually like Cole Bishop more than who the Giants took, Tyler Nubin. I think the Bills did a really good job of getting Keon Coleman in the first. I'm sorry, with the first pick in the second round. Let's see who else is available. Well, I want some of these linebackers available for my Giants in the fourth round. I'd like a running back in the fourth round, or at some point for the Giants too. I bet the Jaguars go linebacker. I'm not surprised I'll be a bit of a hypocrite. I think I said at the beginning of the broadcast that, hey, look out, Spencer Rattler. Given how the top six QBs went early in the first round, very early, within the first 12 picks of the first round, I did say at the beginning of this broadcast that don't be surprised if Spencer Rattler goes in the second round. Um, but I think I said, and if I didn't, I did have a mental note that if he doesn't go in the second round, he may drop quite a bit. I think that these teams, the QB needy teams, may have spewed their load in the first round with the quarterbacks. Sorry to be sorry to be crass, but I think it's an appropriate way to put it right now, where it was just complete mayhem with the quarterbacks in the first 12 picks, and after that, it's like take your quarterback or get off the toilet. And you don't really need to take another quarterback until much later in the draft. And I think Spencer Rattler, if he doesn't go in the third round, like I said, I definitely thought there was a strong possibility the Raiders or my Giants could take him in the second round as as a, you know, as a possibility. And I didn't want that really. I would have went with the flow if my Giants did that, but I didn't really want that. And but here he is back into the third round, and um, yeah, he's probably gonna. It looks like he's dropping to at least the fourth, and he don't be shocked if he drops to the fifth, sixth, or seventh round. All right, let's see what's going on here. All right, guys, we're getting to the end. All right, it's commercial break. I'm gonna I'm going to take my last cigarette break of the night. I'll be back in a few minutes. Hang on a second. It is a commercial break. I'll be back in a few. Okay, my beautiful 82 viewers, I am back, and the Bengals have taken McKinley, defensive tackle out of Texas A&M, and I love this pick because that is great value. Perfect end of the third round pick. Let me go to the Bengals picks. McKinley's got super high upside. This guy is a very athletic guy. He's someone who definitely needs seasoning. That's why he's going back into the third round. But this is a guy who is let me let me go to the Bengals picks. Hang on 1 second. Browns, Bengals. Okay. I believe you can see what I'm seeing. Okay, McKinley Jackson. This dude is very athletic. He's a very athletic interior defensive lineman, and little seasoning. Don't expect stardom out of him the first year, but this guy's ceiling is very, very high. He's very athletic, and I like him a lot. In the back end of the third round, McKinley Jackson. Bengals are doing. Let's do this by team. Um, Draft by teams. Bengals. Okay. All right. No, Bengals. Come on, give me the Bengals. Let's go. All right, Marius Mims, very nice out of Georgia in the first round. Their offensive line protecting the quarterback. Thank God. Chris Jenkins. Wow, they got that's right. They got Chris Jenkins. Man, Bengals, sneaky nice draft that you're having right now. You got a Marius Mims on the offensive line. This guy, he's got the potential to be an absolute. Marius Mims has the potential to be a Pro Bowl tackle out of Georgia. Great pick in the first round. Th- This is what teams should be doing, strengthening their lines. Look at this. The Bengals took Amarius Mims in the first round, tackle. They took Chris Jenkins, absolute stud defensive tackle, in the second round out of Michigan. Great pick. I would have been very psyched if my Giants took him in the second round. Love that pick. They took Jermaine Burton, underrated wide receiver out of Alabama. Very nice in the third round. Really nice, sneaky good pick. Sneaky good. And again, it's such a deep wide receiver class. Jermaine Burton gets lost in these picks, but he's actually a really good prospect. In the third round, perfect value. Value meets need, I guess. But the value is just perfect in the third round. McKinley Jackson, end of the third round. Great value. Look at this. And Marius Mims should be day one starting tackle in the first round. Chris Jenkins should be day two starting tackle. He should be starting in the NFL day one, I should say. Day one. He's a day two pick. He should be starting day one on the D line for the Bengals. Jermaine Burton, wide receiver. May not be a star. He doesn't need to be on the wide receiving core that the Bengals have. But this is obviously protection. I believe Tyler Boyd, I think, left in Higgins. I don't know if they can afford to keep. Jermaine Burton is a really good sneaky pick in the third round. In the first half of the third round, pick number 16 of the third round. They got McKinley Jackson, another defensive lineman to go along with Chris Jenkins. Strengthening those lines, man. And they don't take a wide receiver until the third round. They don't need to because obviously they have Jamar Chase and they still have Higgins. I think they lost Boyd if I recall correctly. But Higgins is gonna be expensive to keep. Um, Jermaine Burton's a sneaky good pick, man, in the third round. Hot darn. Steelers. You took my guy, Peyton Wilson. Great value. That's the Steelers for you. Hot damn. Let's check out the Steelers picks. Steelers. Pittsburgh. Troy Fontenot, guard. Awesome guard out of Washington. Awesome guard. Pick number 20 in the first round. Zach Frazier. Awesome center out of West Virginia in the second round. Roman Wilson. Steal a slot wide receiver in the third round. Peyton Wilson. Back end of the third round, they took him. He's a linebacker. He should have been going. Peyton Wilson easily could have went in the second round, and I wouldn't have blinked an eye. And here the Steelers are taking Peyton Wilson in the back end of the third round. This is how you build a friggin' team. They took a, a top end guard in the pick number 20 in the first round. They took a really good center. Now, not a guaranteed Pro Bowl or anything, but Zach Frazier out of West Virginia should be like type of center that you roll out there, and you don't have to worry about anything for the next 10 to 12 years. Maybe he's not a Pro Bowler, but you shouldn't have to worry about anything with Zach Frazier. Roman Wilson, total steal of a slot receiver in the third round. This dude is speed upon speed upon speed, and a fairly polished wide receiver at that too. Peyton Wilson, what a friggin' steal at the end of the third round, man. Good for you. Good for you, Steelers. This is how you build a team. All right, Cam Kitchens. Rams, pick number 90, was it 98? No, 99. Cam Kitchens. What a great pick. Let's check out the Rams. Let's check out the Rams. Who do they got? Los Angeles. Jared, look at the defense. They're rebuilding over here for the Rams, man. And the funny thing is, this is an offensive heavy, offensive centric class. And here are the Rams doing some really good work, man, on the defensive side of the ball with Jared Verse. Excellent. Best, in my opinion, he's the number one defensive end, 4-3 defensive end in this class. Or you can also play edge 3-4, 3-4 outside linebacker if you want. Whatever you want. He can do it all. He's my favorite pass rusher in this class. He's my favorite edge slash defensive end in this class, Jared Verse. He's my personal favorite. They take Braden Fisk, Florida State defensive tackle. He never stops working. This guy is a machine. He never stops moving. He's awesome. Rams fans are going to love him. They take Blake Corum. This team got physical. Rams are a physical team. They got Jared Verse. They got Braden Fisk. Took Blake Corum, who's a physical running back out of Michigan in the early part of the third round, and they just took Cam Kitchens, who's a physical safety out of the U. Hot damn. LA, man, you got a good front office. You're rebuilding this team very, very well. I love it. Commanders, pick is in. Pick 100. How many picks what do we have? 104 picks in this round? Man, my voice is shot. Holy cow. 82 viewers. I love you all. Thank you so much. Commanders pick is in. Commanders pick is in. Rams, what a great job. What a great friggin' job. Luke McCaffrey. Okay, Luke McCaffrey, wide receiver out of Rice. Interesting. Very interesting. He is the son of what's his name, the longtime wide receiver McCaffrey, who was made his name in the Broncos, but he was originally drafted by the Giants in the early '90s. And I remember when they let him walk as a free agent. I remember thinking, "What are you doing? Ed McCaffrey." I remember thinking, "This guy's a good wide receiver." He wasn't a star on the Giants in the mid 1990s, when they were not a good team. Um, but he was good, and I saw his possibility at that time. And I remember Ed McCaffrey, they let him walk, and he wound up being a star in the Denver Broncos. He wound up even being better than I thought he would ever be. He was always a gamer and a good wide receiver. He's a tough wide receiver. But all right, Washington just got Ed McCaffrey's son, Luke, one of his sons, Luke McCaffrey, out of Rice. Cool, cool pick. I think that's kind of early for him, but you know what? I really didn't do too much studying on Luke McCaffrey, to be honest with you. I'm just going off of others' grades on this guy, and I think that's a little too high for him. End of round three, but I don't know. He comes from his dad was a really good, not just talented, but wide receiver. I'd say even more of like a hardworking, sound wide receiver who did everything, who did all the small things right in Ed McCaffrey. From my recollection, Ed McCaffrey he did all the small things right. He was a physical wide receiver. He did all the small things right. I was very sorry when the Giants let him walk as a free agent back in like the mid 1990s. And I bet his son is going to be just like his dad. I don't know if he'll be as talented, but I bet he'll be a hardworking wide receiver just like his dad. Okay, the Panthers are on the clock. Um, let's see, that was Washington. Let's go to Washington. Washington has a quarterback of the future, Jaden Daniels. They got Jerjon Newton, second round, steals Mike Sanderstil, the guy I wanted in the second round. They got Ben Sinnott in the second round, tight end, very talented. Brandon Coleman, guard out of TCU, I'm not that familiar with. Luke McCaffrey, I thought that was a reach, but you know what? If he's anything like his dad, the dude's going to be working 24/7 to improve himself. Wait, are we done? Is that it? Was Oh, pick 100 was the final pick of. All right, guys. Luke McCaffrey ends wide receiver. Luke McCaffrey out of Rice by Washington ends the third round, and that's it. So anyway, perfect timing because my vocal cords were shot about an hour ago. But anyway, you, my beautiful, or I should say, our 82 beautiful viewers, I really appreciate you joining me. It's my, I could be wrong. Check in tomorrow, but as of right now, I don't think we have a day three draft episode scheduled for tomorrow. But check in. I could be wrong. Maybe that'll change. Maybe maybe some of my colleagues will have some free time and they'll hop on and do a live podcast. But if not, this is my third year in a row doing this. I love doing it. Day two, Friday night of the NFL draft. I love being here with you, and thank you for listening. Uh, I hope I don't talk too much, but I oftentimes do this as a solo show. But so I will keep talking just to so there's no dead air really for the most part. But anyway, guys, it's been real. What an interesting draft class. And I'll tell you, a lot of these teams have knocked it out of the park this year. They really have with their draft classes. I'm so impressed. Anyway, guys, this is Joe. I'm out of here. Day two, rounds two and three of the 2024 NFL draft class is a wrap. I'll catch you later. Enjoy your team's drafts tomorrow. Good luck to all of you. I love you all. And I'm signing off from Toilets to Titles. All right, everybody, take care. Have a good night.